Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we are doing chapter 19 of the Mystical Qabalah, the occult classic by Dion Fortune. Tonight's chapter will focus on Geburah as we attempt to go through the study of the astral triangle before the year 2024 comes to a close. So that means tonight and tomorrow. Hope you've got your occult learning caps on, highlighters ready. Let's get to it. Peace and greetings to all my favorite people. Fat Tony, peace, peace. Pork Hill, peace and greetings. Peace to everybody who is here, ready to get down with the get down. This is knowledge you ain't gonna get from college. Also in preparation, understand that we're going to be covering the 4 fives of the tarot pack. It's all about Mars, the burner of God, Camael, severity. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. K. Harris, peace, peace. WT, peace and greetings. 5, we own it. The Burner of God. What a title. Perhaps Dion Fortune will get into what that means. Let's see. Let's see. How's everybody's final days of 2024 going so far? Hope you're wrapping up loose ends. Hope that you're getting prepared for the best year of your entire life. This next year ain't finna be no dog and pony show. This is gonna be showtime at the Apollo. The real thing. So get ready, get ready, get ready. Anton, thank you so very much for your donation. Thank you, I appreciate it. It will most certainly go to a good cause. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate you, my friend. Right, all right, all right. Burner of God. So this chapter isn't the longest, but we definitely have some things to discuss. I'm going to try my best to keep everything balanced as I do, as far as commentary and study. But I want to give my greetings to all my favorite folks. Rose of Flames. Yeah, I know who that is. I know who that is. Peace and greetings. Welcome, welcome. Pork Hill. Peace once again. Sunshine Chick. Literally, always great to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. 9 Volta. Peace, peace. Lisa, good evening and peace to you. Oath. Greetings. Greetings, old friend. Greetings. Rosa Flame says, great, just finished up a working that I did over the course of the last 9 months. That's got to be a gratifying feeling. That is a gratifying feeling. I know it is. Veronica Archaga, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. I love you, Veronica. Elisha Eternal says, not fully present, but I'm here for supper. Right on. I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here. And now finishing up this first video. Awesome to hear, my friend. Awesome to hear. Can't wait to see it. All right, all right. My gnosis in the building. Peace, peace, my guy. Peace. Stand on principle is what we doing. Great to see you, my friend. Etheric, peace, peace. Veronica, I believe that I owe you some words. In private, of course, but I most certainly owe you an apology. I thought that I was ready, but it turns out that now really was not a good time for me. But yeah, that's a private discussion. So let's get in with this thing. Let's get on this thing. Let's get to the lesson. Etheric in the building. The mental goddess. Peace. All right, here we go. Chapter 19, Geburah. Geburah, the fifth Sephirah. Why is it called the burner of God? Let's find out. Diving in. So the title is Geburah, strength, strength, with an F at the end. Severity. You'll notice that the Hebrew letter is Gimel. Gimel, Beth, Vav, Resh, Hey. If you know anything about the Hebrew symbolism, those letters would give you somewhat of a visual of what's happening here. The magical image here is a mighty warrior in his chariot. You know what? I should have pulled out the chariot tarot card, but you guys know how that looks. A mighty warrior in his chariot. Remember, in contradistinction to Chesed, a crowned king on his throne during peacetime. So keep in mind as we go through this, what we learned about in the previous chapter. The king on the throne, peacetime, how he receives, right? He's receiving from across the abyss. The ascended masters, how they get the information from the void, and they bring it down to their contacts in the lower planes, and they plant those seeds and develop those seeds. Think about everything we read about, and how Geburah is going to be working in contradistinction to everything we just learned about. And if you don't remember, if this is all too much information to you, just listen and follow along. Your subconscious mind will put the pieces together. Let's keep going. So the situation on the tree, what's the situation? It's in the center of the pillar of severity. Yetziratic text. Let's talk about what the ancient text says about Geburah. The fifth path is called the radical intelligence. Radical. Radical, dude. Because it resembles unity, uniting itself to Bina, understanding, which emanates from the primordial depths of Chokmah, wisdom. Titles given to Geburah: Din, justice; Pashad, fear. So Din means justice, Pashad means fear. You might recall, those of you who have read the Bible more than once, there's mention of having the fear of the Lord. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And if you know how to look beyond the surface level, it's not talking about be afraid of God. Fear is a certain type of respect, right? They talk about awe and the terrible God, right? What we're talking about is the same type of fear that you would feel standing in front of a volcano watching it explode. Because you're not just watching a volcano explode, you're feeling the ground tremble. You're feeling the pressure of the air change. You're literally feeling the world being shaken. And I don't care how badass you say you are or pretend you are, anybody will have a certain reverence and respect and awe and terror at the mighty natural force of nature. This is the type of fear we're talking about. So just keep in mind, this is not an ego fear, like, I ain't scared of you. This is more like watching two stars collide, something much bigger than your little human body. You get what I'm saying? The God name here is Elohim Gibor. Elohim Gibor. And remember, when we talk about the God name, we're talking about this force in the world of Atziluth, in the highest world of Atziluth. Now, let's get to the archangel. This is the same force, but operating in the realm of Bria. Kamael, that's the name of the archangel. Kamael. His name is translated as burner of God. And it's funny because honestly, the meaning hasn't changed, even though this title might mean something different today. In all actuality, it means the same thing. The order of angels, remember, we're dealing with the realm of Yetzirah, the astral plane. This is that same force in the astral plane, the seraphim, the fiery serpents. So if you've ever had visions of dragons, of fiery dragons, fiery serpents, you are possibly having a vision of the force of Geburah, and that might not be as rare as you think. Mundane chakra, this is the same force of Geburah in the world of Asaya, the physical plane. It's called Ma'adim, Mars, the place that Elon Musk is trying to go. spiritual experience, right? When you actually connect with this force, what do you walk away with? What do you become one with? A vision of power. I wonder what that's like. The virtue here is energy, courage. So when you really connect with the power of Geburah, what's going to happen is you're going to be vitalized. You're going to be rejuvenated. You're going to feel a sense of energy. And this is no different from what is happening in the astrology, in the astrological charts. You're energized and you will feel a sense of courage, capability, right? Think about what courage is. You feel like you can take on the world. You feel like you can do anything. So that same fear that you felt watching and feeling that volcano, you feel that power within yourself. This vision of power, like that's what I'm talking about. When you're in the midst of an earthquake, where you're watching a tornado rip apart your neighborhood, that same power, when you feel it within yourself, the virtue now is courage. Now check this out. If this becomes unbalanced, we get to the vice, cruelty, destruction, right? Wielding power just for the sake of your own ego. Cruelty, destruction. Hmm. By the way, how's the audio? Is the vocals coming through clear? Music too loud? Turn me up in the headphones. Yo, the sun don't shine forever, but as long as it's here, then we might as well shine together. Better now than never. Business before pleasure. P. Diddy and the fam, who you know do it better. Correspondence in the microcosm. We're talking about the right arm. Remember last time with Chesed, that was the left arm. But see, now we're talking about the right arm. This has a lot more to do with what is it? Capability. Once again, capability, courage, right? Because most people are right-handed. Symbols, the pentagon, right? The pentagon, the five-petaled Tudor rose, the sword, the spear, the scourge, the chain. What do you do with a sword? What do you do with a spear? What do you do with a scourge? Hmm? I know nothing. Peace. I know nothing says ain't gonna lie. I was literally just watching your mystical Qabalah Geburah chapter from 2022. Yeah, man. You know, we got to do it. That was a good one. Al Dickey, that's my real name. Peace, peace. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Okay, audio's good. No need to change anything whatsoever. So let's talk about these tarot cards. The four fives. The four fives. So the five of wands, the magical name for this is strife. Strife. The five of cups, loss in pleasure. So pretty self-explanatory so far, right? The five of swords, we've got as defeat. Defeat. I wonder what that would mean for the guy standing in front of us. Defeat. Perhaps he won the battle but lost the war. I won that fight. I lost that war. Five of Pentacles is called earthly trouble. Earthly trouble. Left him out in the cold. The color of Geburah in Atziluth, that's the highest world, is orange. Orange. So, again, most of the time when we're seeing the Rider White Tarot deck, most of the time the colors are going to be in that king scale. So, even though we're used to the colors of Bria, one of the secrets is understanding the colors of the Absolute scale, because that's actually the colors that are being used in these cards. A lot of people don't know that. It's a trade secret. What we know of is the world of Bria, scarlet red, Yetera, bright scarlet, Asaya, red flecked with black. Looks pretty cool in Asaya, don't it? Danny Mason Bay in the house. Peace and greetings, my brother. Peace and greetings. Now, let's get into it. One. Actually, I'm gonna put my headphones on. Yo, yo. All right, testing, testing. Can you still hear me fine? Yeah, I think it's still good. All right, here we go. Number one. One of the least understood things in Christian philosophy is the problem of evil. And one of the things least adequately dealt with in the Christian ethic is the problem of force or severity, as contrasted with mercy and mildness. Consequently, Geburah, the fifth Sephirah, which has for additional titles Din, which is justice, and Pashad, which is fear, is one of the least understood of all the Sephirah, and is therefore one of the most important. Were it not that the Kabbalistic doctrine explicitly lays it down that all the 10 Sephirah are holy, there are many who would be inclined to look upon Geburah as the evil aspect of the tree of life. Indeed, the planet Mars, whose sphere is the mundane chakra of Geburah, is called in astrology and in fortune. So, first and foremost, Geburah is not evil, right? First and foremost, Geburah is not evil. It is the least understood because we're dealing with force. We're dealing with a very concentrated expression of force. Sage Page, peace and greetings. Great to see you. Great to see you. Number two, those, however, who are instructed beyond the crude, pretty of a wish fulfilling philosophy know that Geburah is by no means the enemy or adversary described in Scripture, but the king in his chariot going forth to war, whose strong right arm protects his people with the sword of righteousness and ensures that justice shall be done. He ensures that justice shall be done. So look, Geburah is not the enemy, not the adversary. That's not what we're talking about here. Chesed, the king on his throne, the father of his people in times of peace, may win our love. But it is Geburah, the king in his chariot, going forth to war, who commands our respect. Sufficient justice has not been done to the part played by the sentiment of respect and the emotion of love. We have a kind of love for the person who can put the fear of God into us. Might need to highlight that one. So, look, we have a kind of love for the person who can put the fear of God into us, should occasion arise, which is of quite a different quality. It's far more steadfast and permanent, and curiously enough, far more emotionally satisfying than the love with which no tinge of awe is mingled. It is Geburah that supplies the element of awe. It is Geburah that supplies the element of awe, of the fear of the Lord, which is the beginning of wisdom, and of a general wholesome respect, which helps us to keep to the straight and narrow way and calls forth our better nature, because we know our sins will find us out. There is a factor to which the Christian ethic, as popularly understood, does not give sufficient weight. And because the general tone of Christian society is biased against the holy fifth Sephirah, it will be necessary to consider its place in relation to the tree and the part it plays in both spiritual and social life in considerable detail. For it is ill understood, and this absence of understanding of the Geburah factor is the cause of many of our difficulties in modern life. Zero, welcome, welcome. Peace, peace. Student of self. Student of self, welcome. Jai Jago Paul in the building. Peace, peace. Number 4. Thanvirul Haq Kamal says, "What are you ready?" Hey, we'll go with it. We'll go with it. Honey Bunny, welcome, welcome. Roger, Thomas, and Santa in the house. Mystical Koala, peace, peace. Dennis Barker says, "Need to get you on Black Magic 363 for real. Please accept he has offers, please." Absolutely. Absolutely. Number 4. Geburah holds the central position on the pillar of severity. It therefore represents the catabolic or down-breaking aspect of force. Catabolism, be it remembered, is that aspect of metabolism or the life process which is concerned with the release of force in activity. Remember what we spoke about last time, right? Anabolism, we're talking about chesed, that's the building up. Catabolism, we're talking about Geburah, that's the breaking down. So these two forces and forms deal with building up and breaking down. In particular, catabolism, be it remembered, Geburah, is that aspect of metabolism or the life process which is concerned with the release of force in activity. It has been said that good is that which is constructive, which builds up, and evil is that which is destructive, which breaks down. How false this philosophy is, we see when we try to classify, according to this principle, a cancer and a disinfectant. In the deeper, more philosophical teaching of the mysteries, we recognize that good and evil are not things in themselves, but conditions. Let me read that again. First and foremost, people believe that building up is good and breaking down is evil. That's not the case. These are just neutral processes of reality. She mentions cancer here. We don't want cancer to build up. We want cancer to break down. When we think about a disinfectant, we want a disinfectant, which is a Geburah force. Why? Because a disinfectant is going to break down the germs and the bacteria. When you pick up that container of Lysol wipes, it says it kills 99.9% of germs and bacteria and all that good stuff. That's what you want, right? Who would have thought that Lysol was a burner of God? In the deeper, more philosophical teaching of the mysteries, we recognize that good and evil are not things in themselves, but conditions. So, what does that mean? That means that there's no such thing as an evil thing. Nothing is inherently evil or good. As much as you'd like to believe that certain people are evil and certain things are evil, that's not the case. Because good and evil are not things, they are conditions. Everything exists in a condition or a state, and depending on what the thing is connected to, depending on the relationship of one thing to another, now we can speak about a condition or of good or evil. Evil bunny. Christina Smith, peace, peace. Evil is simply misplaced force. Boom. Evil is simply misplaced force, misplaced in time if it is out of date, or so far ahead of its day as to be impracticable. Impracticable. So really look at this now, because most of us have been saturated in the brainwash of living in a world of good versus evil. We've been deeply saturated and brainwashed in a world that consists of good versus evil. And that's a new thing. That's not how it's always been. The ancients believed in a three-part existence that rotates depending upon the situation. Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Omnia Arlandria, peace, peace. See, you actually made it to the beginning instead of the end. Good to see you. Said 2XS, peace. Says GOD, generator, operator, destroyer. Exactly. Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva, generator, operator, destroyer. That's what it actually is. Good versus evil, that's way too simplistic, and it's a tool of control. Because if I can convince you that something is evil, you now have an enemy to rally against. And of course, that would serve my purpose. So let's look one more time. What is evil? First of all, evil is a condition. It's not a thing, it's a condition, it's a state. Evil is simply misplaced force. It's either misplaced in time if it's out of date, or so far ahead of its day as to be impracticable. What's an example of that? Um, Once upon a time, when we had wild people living in the wilderness and caves and whatnot, it might be a good thing to pick up a stone and a spear and kill someone else and take their food, right? And take their other things. That might have been good because at the time that was the way of the world. Fast forward to 2025, it's evil to pick up a rock and a spear and kill someone and take their food, right? It's so evil that you're going to be punished according to the law of the land. You're going to be punished. So it's not the thing itself, it's the condition. Most of the time when we talk about evil these days, it's because it's an action or a behavior or a concept is out of date. It's out of date. It's either way ahead of its time or way out of its time, way past its time. The Bible condones genocide, right? There was a time where the Bible talked about go out there and every man that you see, murder them, take the women and children, right? Talked about wiping out whole nations of people. At the time, it was good. 2025, 1940, that might not be so good. In fact, we call it evil. Nine Volta says the greeting ladies isn't evil, but misplaced, it sounds creepy, right? It's depending on the context. Or as Dion Fortune said, it's a condition. Said 2X's says, love your channel, bro. New here. Third vid and first live. You are teaching, bro. Thank you in advance for the elevation. Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here. Hope that you get something here tonight that pushes you forward, that propels you forward. All right, so everybody here is clear about good versus evil not being concrete, tangible things, but actually conditions, right? And most of the time, when we're talking about evil, we're talking about certain behavior that's out of place, right? We got that. Bald man, hardy, hidden culture, peace. All right, let's keep going then. So it can be misplaced in time, and guess what? It can also be misplaced in space if it turns up in the wrong place, like the burning coal on the hearth rug or the bathwater through the drawing room ceiling. So misplaced in space. We can just keep that simple. It's some things that people do in China that would be evil over here in America. There's some things done in the Middle East that would be evil in America. There's things in America that would be evil if done in the Middle East, right? I don't have to go into too much detail. You know how the world works. So evil can be things that are out of time, things that are out of space, and get this, misplaced in proportion. If an excess of love makes us silly and sentimental, or a lack of love makes us cruel and destructive. It is in such things as these that evil lies, not in a personal devil who acts as an adversary. Right? Right? I know nothing says useful and appropriate. Now you see where I get that, right? I get my mantra of useful and appropriate from the study of Geburah. And I've talked about that in several of my classes, right? We'll go into that. It's not that a thing is evil or good. It's about, is it useful to you? Is it appropriate to you? Does it resonate with what you're doing, or is it dissonant with what you're doing? So look, you might need to write that down. Evil is a condition, and evil is misplaced force. Highlight this whole thing. Evil is misplaced force, and it can be misplaced in three ways. It can be misplaced in time, misplaced in space, or misplaced in proportion. Misplaced in proportion. Love is good, but too much love can't be bad. Anger is good, but too much anger can be, hell, too little anger can be bad, can be evil, right? My brother was telling me about some healthy influencer who was strictly fruitarian, nothing but fruit, fruit, fruit. He only ate fruit, and he actually died somewhat recently due to complications of glucose and all the other things that come with eating nothing but fruit for years. A fruitarian diet can be wonderful, but too much of that can kill you, literally. Hell, too much water can kill you. You see how this goes, right? So let's put it into perspective of Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. When we talk about generator, operator, destroyer, that O in the middle, that operator, that Sattva in the center, that's balance. That's what keeps things in harmony. Harmony is the greatest good. Sattva is the greatest good. You need the generation and you need the destruction. That's what creates the balance. You build something up, you break some of it down. There should be harmony in the center. And that's across the board. We can just take that and take it across the board. There's no enemies, there's no evil people, there's no good people. It's about the ecosystem. And that's what makes this tree of life so wonderful. When you look at the symbol of the tree itself, it's an ecosystem. Everything's in balance, in order, in harmony. That's how our subconscious mind should be. That's how our conscious mind should be. That's how our physical body should be. That's how our astral body, our etheric body, our mental body, that's how our evolutionary path should be. It should be all about harmony and balance. Because if anything is out of order, now you're going to invoke the forces of generation or destruction to correct it. Isn't that why we get sick? Because we're forcing the powers of destruction to kill off some of the bad germs or whatever? Or we invoke the generation of white blood cells to kill off the viruses or whatnot? But when you're in harmony, when you're in balance, there's not so much of that going on. You get the point. You all are super intelligent people. You get the point. But I just want to make it clear. I know nothing says, damn, too much of a good thing. Right. Zero says, less of something is bad and much of something is worse, depending on the situation, right? I know nothing says, the more I study this damn tree, the more I see it's all there. Etheric says, you took the words right out of my mind. I wouldn't be a psychic if I didn't do that on a consistent basis. Now, number five. Five, Geburah. Check this out. Geburah, the destroyer, the lord of fear and severity, is therefore as necessary to the equilibrium of the tree as said, the lord of love. And Netzach, the lady of beauty. Geburah is the celestial surgeon. I love that. You ever heard of a celestial surgeon? You know I'm surgical with this thing, Jake. What Denzel say after that shotgun? I'm surgical with this thing, Jake. Geburah is the celestial surgeon. He is the knight in shining armor, the dragon slayer, beautiful as a bridegroom in his strength to the maiden in distress. Though, no doubt, the dragon might have preferred a little more love. Oh. So, in other words, the Princess Peach, being chained up behind King Koopa, right? Mario, Red Mario, is beautiful to Princess Peach. right? Because Red Mario is that knight in shining armor, the dragon slayer, beautiful as a bridegroom in his strength to the maiden in distress. Though no doubt King Koopa might have preferred a little bit more love. 6. The initiations of the infortunes, Saturn, Mars, and the deceptive lunar Yesod, are just as necessary to the evolution and balanced development of the soul as are the mysteries of the crucifixion assigned to Tifereth. It is the one sidedness of Christianity which is its bane and is responsible for so much that is unsound and pathological in both our national and our private lives. It is the one sidedness of Christianity which is its bane, Tifereth's bane, and is responsible for so much that is unsound and pathological in both our national and our private lives. But equally, we must not forget that Christianity came as a corrective to a pagan world that was sick unto death with its own toxins. We need what Christianity has to give, but also, unfortunately, we cannot do without that which it lacks. Let us now consider the astringent, corrective influence of Geburah. There's something to consider also, right? All of reality is unfolding as it should. And we're watching, just like, when you get viruses introduced into your body, you start to produce corrective countermeasures to sweep those things out before they overwhelm your system. Likewise, in the collective unconscious, in culture, certain things arise and get too big, and then our collective unconscious sends something along to slice it down. And the cycle goes back and forth, the rising, the slicing, the balance, the rising, a balance, the slicing, a balance. There's no reason to hate Christianity or to hate any human culture movement, because every human culture movement has sprung forth as a corrective countermeasure to something that was there previous. And when I say that right now, you might agree with it and it sounds good. But if you really hear what I said and apply it to history, your emotions, feelings, and attachments might spark up. Wait a minute. That wasn't good. Wait a minute. You're not saying that was good. I'm saying that every human culture movement that has sprung up is a response, is a corrective countermeasure, just like your body responds to things that are out of balance. So you think about that. This is how you see it as an occultist, not as an NPC. An NPC is going to get attached. An NPC is going to feel identified with a particular aspect of the material plane. But an occultist sees that this whole thing is a big ass swirling, mixing ball of clay, just changing, constantly changing, attempting to seek harmony and balance, maybe finding it for a few moments. But the only peace is to be found above and beyond the material plane. I'll take you there. I know a place. Wait till that pendulum swing. Wait till that pendulum swing. Peace, Patchwork. Patchwork says they try to find identity in the external. Exactly. Exactly. Imagine trying to find identity in the external. I just said that the external world does nothing but change consistently. So you're setting yourself up for failure, identifying with anything out here. I can't identify with anything out here. I'm gonna go with the flow because I don't really have much of a choice, but I don't get confused and think that I'm any of this out here. I don't belong to no groups. I don't champion any campaign. Y'all can do that. I'm about my father's business. That's what Jesus said. My notes says occultist is an acceptance. It is what it is. Facts. I know nothing says don't start singing Staple Sisters. I'll take you there. Yeah, man, I keep going back. I think I'm on some James Brown now. Honey Bunny says, to be honest, I still feel like an NPC sometimes, but I'm finally waking up. Once that light turns on, it does not go out. So if you got a little bit, you got more than enough. Keep working. Patchwork says, and I know this because I used to be an NPC before I got serious about magic and began working on myself. Yes, yes. All right. Like I said, I want to try to keep a balance and get this text through. I don't want to keep y'all here too late. Because you know we got to do this again tomorrow, right? I might start a little bit earlier tomorrow. All right. 7. Dynamic energy is as necessary to the welfare of society as meekness, charity, and patience. We must never forget that the eliminatory diet, which will restore health in disease, will produce disease in health. Let's go back. We must never forget that the eliminatory diet, you know what that means? Certain things that you eat in order to purge other things from your body. We must never forget that the eliminatory diet, which will restore health in disease, right? Because when you're sick, you want to get and flush things out of your body. It will produce disease and health. We must never exalt the qualities which are necessary to compensate an overplus of force into ends in themselves and the means of salvation. Too much charity is the handiwork of a fool. Too much patience is the hallmark of a coward. Ooh. Now, what did she just say? She just said in the beginning, dynamic energy is as necessary to the welfare of society as meekness, charity, and patience. But check this out. Too much charity is the handiwork of a fool. Too much patience is the hallmark of a coward. What we need is a just and wise balance, which makes for health, happiness, and sanity all around, and the frank realization that sacrifices are necessary to obtain it. Foreshadowing, what'd she say? The frank realization that sacrifices are necessary to obtain that health, happiness, and sanity. You cannot eat your cake and have it in the spiritual sphere any better than anywhere else. 8. Geburah is the sacrificial priest of the mysteries. Let me run that back. The celestial surgeon. Think about that. Geburah is the celestial surgeon. The bigger the headache, the bigger the pill. Whoa, this is the big pill. Imagine a celestial sickness, a celestial disease. I wonder what that would look like. And here comes a celestial surgeon to give you celestial surgery. Limitations are necessary. Everything doesn't need to be abundant. Facts. Wayne M says patience has its limits. Take it too far and it's cowardice. Absolutely. Absolutely. Huh? You're what? No. All right. Sacrifice. She's going to say something really powerful about sacrifice here in the next paragraph. Let's get to it. Geburah is the sacrificial priest of the mysteries. Now, sacrifice does not mean giving up something that is dear to you because a jealous God will brook no rival interest in his devotees, and is flattered by your pain. Those of you who do ceremonial magic, a lot of people have asked me about, Trav, what does it mean to sacrifice? If I want to work with this spirit, what does this demon want as a sacrifice? What does the spirit want as a sacrifice? I want you to pay close attention here because this will answer all your questions about sacrifice when it comes to working any kind of ritual. It means the deliberate and open eyed choice of a greater good in preference to a lesser good. As the athlete prefers the fatigue of exercise to the case of the sloth that puts him out of condition. Coal burned in a furnace is sacrificed to the god of steam power. Sacrifice is really the transmutation of force. Boom. Sacrifice is really the transmutation of force. The latent energy in the coal offered up on the sacrificial altar of the furnace is transmuted into the dynamic energy of steam by means of the appropriate machinery. Check. Sacrifice sounds a lot to me like discipline, doesn't it? She said the deliberate and open eyed choice of a greater good in preference to a lesser good. 2 more days is going to be January 1st, right? How many of y'all have some sacrifices lined up? Man, once 2025 hits, I'm getting that gym membership. I'm going to the gym 8 days a week. I'm giving up on sugar. No more Coca-Cola, Pepsis. No more Swiss cake rolls, right? No more red meat, pork beef sausage, pork belly sausage. How many of y'all got New Year's resolutions, right? We have sacrifices lined up. And honestly, I know a lot of people talk shit about New Year's resolutions, but I hope you keep yours. I hope you keep yours. I'm rooting for you. To be honest, since I wanted to be special, I started my New Year's resolution a little bit early. So that way it wasn't technically a New Year's resolution. So, deliberate, open eyed choice of a greater good in preference to a lesser good. Sacrifice is really the transmutation of force. So when you sacrifice something, it's not about, you know what I'm saying, you don't have to go grab a cat. You don't have to, you know what I'm saying, do nothing crazy. You're transmuting force intentionally. And there's not like some weird god out there that's going to take it and give you a blessing in exchange. You're literally oh my god, we can talk about elemental magic. Think about this now. So here you are, you've trained your elementals in your life to consistently bring you Swiss cake rolls, little Debbie cakes, oatmeal cream pies. You know what I'm saying? You always find them on sale. You be getting the big boxes, and you take a couple of moments every day and you'll chow down, snack on them, and it tastes good, don't it? You get a little sugar buzz. You know what I'm saying? And that's just your thing after work every day, 2 times a day, right? Now let's say you decide you want to sacrifice those little Debbie cakes in order to start getting fit, to lose some weight, to get on that treadmill, hit that gym, whatever. When you sacrifice some little Debbie cakes, there's not some fitness god that you are appealing to. You're sacrificing those elemental forces that you trained to go and fetch them Debbie cakes. That you give pleasure to, those fairies and those elves that you give pleasure to as they experience the sweetness of that little Debbie cake in your mouth. When you sacrifice that force, that energy that you've conditioned, it has to go somewhere. It has to become something new now. So what you're doing is you're starting a new process of you're breaking that form that you created for them, and you're transmuting them into a new form, which hopefully is you going to work out. Because here's the thing, if you don't discipline that fresh raw force that you've just released, because she talked about how Geburah is the breaker of form. When you break that old form and release that energy out, you have to discipline it and train it to take a new form. Hopefully that's a fitness form. Because if you don't train that form, guess what it's going to do? It's going to go seek an outlet that is very familiar to what it used to be. That's why New Year's resolutions don't work. And that's why things like that don't work, because people don't condition that force. And occultist heard me just now. And occultist heard me just now. Elias One says, no fab. Hey man, stick with it. Stick with it. Janae, oh whoa, peace, peace. For the culture, peace. For the culture is having kids teaches you a lot about balance. Absolutely. Baldman Hardy Hidden Culture says, if you want something good, you have to give something good that you most likely will hold on to. Facts. Facts. Patrick says, gotta make sacrifice to make space for better things to come in. Thorough, peace, peace. Get your Debbie cake up. So yeah, these elemental forces that you have trained, when you sacrifice and give up certain things because you want something new, understand that the energy that fueled those elemental spirits, it's still floating around you. It's up to you to reshape it. Join my elemental magic mastery class. I can show you exactly how to do that. New season, new lessons being uploaded to this class for the new year. All right, so sacrifice is really the transmutation of force. The latent energy in the coal offered up on the sacrificial altar of the furnace is transmuted into the dynamic energy of steam by means of the appropriate machinery. Praying mantis, peace, peace. 9. There is both psychological and cosmic machinery available in connection with every act of sacrifice, which converts it into spiritual energy. So there's both psychological and cosmic machinery available in connection with every act of sacrifice, which converts it into spiritual energy. Listen, and this spiritual energy can be applied to other mechanisms and reappear on the planes of form as an entirely different type of force that as which it started. 10. For instance, a man may sacrifice his emotions to his career, or a woman may sacrifice her career to her emotions. If the cut is clean and there is no repining, an immense amount of psychic energy is released. It's released for use in the chosen channel. But if the lesser desire is merely inhibited and denied expression and not really laid upon the altar of sacrifice as a deliberate free will offering, the unfortunate victim has made the worst of both worlds. You've heard of best of both worlds, right? Best of both worlds. Oh, you heard of best of both worlds, but have you heard of the worst of both worlds? Did you hear what she said in that verse right there? Right? Homie above that said no fap. Check out what she said right there. When we talk about sacrifice, it's got to be a clean transition where the force is given a form, a channel, an outlet. That's the only way that it will work. Because what's the other way? If the lesser desire is merely inhibited and denied expression and not really laid upon the altar of sacrifice as a deliberate free will offering, the unfortunate victim has made the worst of both worlds. In other words, with my little Debbie cake example, let's say I want to give up the little Debbie cakes, right? But I don't go to the gym, right? And let's say that I don't change my eating habits. I eat regular, I just cut out the Debbie cakes. It's only a matter of time before I pass by that Debbie cake aisle and I see her smiling on that package with them gigantic Swiss rolls sitting side by side, tooted up on that box, honey buns, glistening, oiled up. It's only a matter of time before I put one in my cart and say, you know what? Let me just get one. Next week, I'm back on it. Debbie caked up, Swiss cake rolled up. Nothing changed. And I'm feeling like an asshole because I didn't keep my word. If you're going to sacrifice something, you better sacrifice it, right? Give it up and give a new form. Put up a new form. If you're gonna give up Debbie cakes, then maybe go, maybe start getting some protein shake powder, right? Let that be your sweet. Let that be your sweet. Get you a nice little cup that spins around and shakes up the mix for you. You got to give this stuff a new channel, because otherwise, when you pass down that Debbie cake aisle, you see them Swiss rolls sitting up, dark chocolate. You see them light skinned buns, honey buns. I'm talking about the jumbo box too, not the 6 box, the 12 box. Hey, it's only a matter of time. Patchwork says, like I said, you're just gonna relapse if you don't make lasting changes. Hey, don't get me started on the zebra cakes, right? And they got the unicorn zebra cakes now. Hey, what did Fleece Johnson said? He said them things were sitting up. You better keep it moving, or else. Holy shit. Okay. But if the lesser desire is merely inhibited and denied expression, and not really laid upon the altar of sacrifice as a deliberate free will offering, the unfortunate victim has made the worst of both worlds. It is here that we need Geburah to come like the priest that takes the sacrifice from our hands, even if it be our firstborn, and offers it up to God with the quick, clean, merciful stroke. For Geburah in the microcosm, which is the soul of man, is the courage and resolution that frees us from the taint of self pity. And that's a place you don't want to be. Because there's something very wonderful about actually overcoming, right? About setting your word out to do something and you stick with your word and you do it and you create a whole new lifestyle for yourself. That's a wonderful feeling. And you know what's a horrible feeling? What you call it? The taint of self pity. You know, it's a horrible feeling when you set your word and you say you're going to do something, say you're going to give something up, and you slowly feel yourself slipping back. And you feel that there's nothing you can do to stop that. And you watch yourself fall down that slippery slope, and there you are once again. But see, it doesn't have to be like that. There is something you can do about it. You got to set these things up. You got to set up a channel. It's not the desire that's wrong. It's wonderful to eat sweet stuff. It's wonderful to do whatever it is that you're trying to give up. The feeling behind it is great, but there are so many different ways to achieve the thing that you're trying to achieve. Like I said, it doesn't have to just be Swiss Debbie cake rolls. It could be a protein shake. They make some delicious protein shakes. They make delicious, healthy choices that you can do. I know nothing, says Trav. As far as build your library of correspondences, would the concept of fear go with Geburah? Been thinking about this all week. It's okay. So it's not just the concept of fear. You got to identify and define what that word means. What does that mean? Because usually when we talk about fear in the basic everyday version, we're talking about this self-preservation thing that kicks in. You feel threatened. There's a threat to your self-preservation, so it's like you go into this autopilot defense mode. Um, that in itself would be related to Malkuth because there's heavy, heavy attachment going on. I mean, yes, it's a natural process, sure, but even as like people who train in martial arts, who train in like military warfare and all types of other things, they can train how to harness that impulse and still perform despite that impulse. So I wouldn't say fear itself would go with Geburah, but there's a different kind of fear, which is what she's referring to. Um, and it's more like a strong respect. If you want to know exactly what I'm talking about, just go back a couple of pages. Um, right here. Look at line number 2. We have a kind of love for the person who can put the fear of God in us, should occasion arise, which is of a quite different quality. It is far more steadfast and permanent, and curiously enough, far more emotionally satisfying than the love with which no tinge of awe is mingled. Meditate on verse number 2. That's the type of fear she's talking about. Not the self-preservation fear. That's not something you should feel when it comes to your spiritual experience. Because if you're feeling um, self-preservation fear in your spiritual experience, that's a sign that you're still have there's a lot of identification with the physical body and the physical matter. There's attachment there. When you're in your spiritual, state, there shouldn't be anything in the material plane that causes you to feel anything. Best of both worlds. Oh. Useless Familiar says, I heard it's more like an awe than fear, like a strong earthquake or typhoon. Exactly. Curve in the building. Peace, peace. Pablo X69. Amen. SOP time. Exactly. Shout out to my Gnosis. SOP time. Said 2X says that fear is referred to as the beginning of knowledge, right? Zero has a recipe for those of you who can't stay away from the Debbie cakes. He says, I share this recipe if someone likes to try it. Blend banana and blueberries, blackberries, a tiny spoon of honey, a hand of natural peanuts, and a little water. So much nutrients with a delicious taste. Okay, okay. I'm definitely getting back on my smoothies. Subtle realms, peace, peace. All right, let's get back to it. Let's back to it. 11. How badly do we need the Spartan virtues of Geburah in this age of sentimentality and the neurosis? How many breakdowns would be saved if this celestial surgeon were permitted to make the clean cut that has a chance to heal, and so avoid the deadly compromise and irresolution that is like an open wound and often goes septic? Ugh. Hey, first of all, in or out. Second, go in the freezer. Hey, go in the freezer and get me that soda. Dang. My kids always got to come in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Sit your behind down. Sit down with that Game Boy too. So verse number 11. Look at what he's talking about. When it comes to the sacrifice, when it comes to this thing that we want to give up, it's either a clean cut and we move on, or We go through that process of compromise, right? And saying, oh, well, maybe just a little bit, and I'll just. She's comparing that to an open wound that often goes septic. Thank you. See, we going sparkling water. No more high fructose corn syrup. Okay, seriously. So she compares that compromise and that irresolution of maybe just a little bit, maybe I'll just this one time. She compares that to an open wound that often goes septic. And haven't we felt that, right? Haven't we felt that? Haven't we considered ourselves giving up something or sacrificing something, but over time, oh, just this once, oh, just this one time. And next thing you know, we're back in it. In or out? Oh, man. Class is in session. Elah, peace, peace. Elah says the Hebrew word Qabalah translates to reception or tradition. It comes from the Hebrew root kof bet lamed, which means to receive or to accept. Big facts. Big facts. Grandma Trev, it's been our time. It's been our time. 12. And again, if there were no strong hand at the service of good in the world, evil would multiply. Though it is not well to quench smoking flax when the flax is making an effort, it is equally evil to put up with the smoldering when what it really wants is the use of the poker. There is a place where patience becomes weakness and wastes the time of better men, and when mercy becomes folly and exposes the innocent to danger. The policy of non resistance to evil can only be pursued satisfactorily in a well policed society. It has never been tried with success under frontier conditions, as we've seen. For nature, red and tooth and claw, where's the of Geburah? I wonder what that's supposed to be. Ah, is that what she's talking about? Flax, crack, and illusion. Smoking flax? Is that what she's talking about? Did they have crack back then? I might need somebody to do a Google search. Oh, okay. But I guess that's kind of what something similar that she's referring to. Well, let me read that again because I'm pretty sure that it's in the same area. And again, if there was no strong hand at the service of good in the world, evil would multiply. Though it is not well to quench smoking flax when the flax is making an effort, it is equally evil to put up with the smoldering when what it really wants is the use of the poker. There is a place where patience becomes weakness and wastes the time of better men, and when mercy becomes folly and exposes the innocent to danger. The policy of non resistance to evil can only be pursued satisfactorily and a well-policed society. It has never been tried with success under frontier conditions. For nature, red in tooth and claw, wears thee of Geburah, whereas the compensatory civilization is of chesed, mercy, which modifies the unrestricted force and mutual destructiveness of all that is in the Geburah phase of its development. But equally, we must remember that civilization rests upon nature as a building rests upon its foundations. We must remember that civilization rests upon nature as a building rests upon its foundations. That's good right there. Wherein is concealed the sanitation so necessary to health. That's good right there because when you think about that, look at the different cultures of the world and the different races of the world. You have to also consider the nature, the environment that these cultures were built up in. Think about the landscape of India, or the landscape of North Africa, the landscape of Europe, the landscape of China, the landscape of the Americas, both North and South. And notice how the civilizations really were brought up based around the agriculture, like the types of fruit and vegetables grown there, the types of animals grown there, the types of trees. Civilization rests upon nature as buildings rest upon its foundations, wherein is concealed the sanitation so necessary to health. And I'm saying that because maybe Dr. Sebi was right. Of course he was. Maybe it is important to look back to your heritage and see what types of foods your ancestors ate. Maybe see what types of things that your ancient ancestors were doing. Perhaps that might bring something to you. Perhaps you didn't come from the continent Africa. Maybe you did come from North America, which is why you're still here. I have good reason to believe, historically, as far as I can see, as well as psychically, that my genetics have been in this specific area for a very long time. I think my DNA, the DNA of my body and my family has probably been here in this specific area of Georgia for several hundreds of years. Go to my grandma's house and she's got this wall of, like, family members and ancestors. And me and my cousin always stare at the picture. Well, all me and my brothers, we always stare at the picture of, like, the oldest ancestors. My grandpa's grandparents and my grandma's parents. We just look, just think, and it's interesting, right? Because she's got all these different pictures, and, like, yeah, I already talked about this. I already talked about this after Christmas, but you'll see some of them. You know what I'm saying? There's one picture in particular of an ancestor of mine who's in the cotton fields with a bag around his shoulder. In the background, you see somebody bent over picking cotton. He looks frustrated, and you know that sun was hot. You know that sun was hot. And just think, only a couple of years later, right? I'm sitting in front of this computer, reading a book to all these people that I'll probably never meet. Weird, man, just weird. But anyways, Fat Tony says a lot of black folks are Indian descent. Absolutely, absolutely. My gnosis says go into the clip off and get a recipe. Yes. And see, and there, right there, that's an example of something useful and appropriate in the clip off. Now, the clip off, it isn't entirely useless, right? There is reason to go in, but it's like deep sea diving, right? You've got to be somewhat skilled at deep sea diving, or else you're going to hurt yourself. You have to know what you're looking for. You have to go in with a purpose. If you're going to deep sea dive and explore the Titanic, what I'm saying, you're going to study the Titanic schematic. You're going to go to a certain area. You're going to go about it with strategy. So yeah, there's most definitely useful and appropriate methods of exploring the clip off. I know nothing says LOL Trav, you talking chitlins, ain't you? I mean, hell, I'm not opposed to it. I'd try it again. That's not an everyday thing for me. I would try it again one more time before I die. I'll give it that. Ray Black Storm, peace, peace. What's good, Trav? I'm moving to Georgia next year. Hey, sometimes the land calls us. The Peach State, red clay. I like that. Go in with purpose. Diatomaceous earth to cleanse. I used to take that stuff. I used to take that stuff. I won't mind taking it again. Yeah, Patrick says better have a destination. Don't want to be opening doors just to be opening them. Facts. Facts. The clip off the chitlins. The clip off the chitlins. All right, now, Curve. I'm gonna put everything up that you post. The nigga stayed. Put you on the screen each time. Okay, that's a good point. Natural Mystic says it's good to study both sides to find a balance of confirmation. Native American history and so-called African American having indigenous blood. Absolutely, absolutely. Aberrant Yak, peace. Aberrant Yak says, Travis, speak on heart chakra and the hexagram. Lightworker here. Well, you're a little bit early. The next chapter, we are definitely getting into the hexagram and the heart chakra. The next chapter is about Tifereth, and that's what that is all about. Right now, we're doing Mars. Mars and Jupiter mostly relate to the throat chakra. But yeah, in any case, talking about the heart chakra and light work, you got to be heavy on non attachment. The only way for your heart to weigh lighter than a feather is if you have recognized truly inside that you are not any of this down here. You're not attached to any of this down here. That means when you die and they got your heart on a feather, a heart on a scale and your feather on a scale, there's no thoughts of, oh, but what about my child? What about my mama? What's she gonna do now that I'm gone? Oh, I never got to go into that career. I never got to buy that house. Like all that stuff, you just let it go. No attachment whatsoever. That's the heart chakra. And Patrick says the sun, soul, identity, right? And here's the thing, identifying as that soul, as the sun, not as human being, scrambling and scraping. Wow, right as I said that. All right, let's go. Let's go. Elah says Mars is any action or movement, good or bad. That's why the arrow means go. Hmm, I'll take it. And fertility phallus. All right, now we got to stay focused. We're only on verse 12, or should I say 13? 13. Whenever there is anything that has outlived its usefulness, Geburah must wield the pruning knife. Remember what was said previously about Bina and how she talked about these universities that are long standing and only the gray of beard are considered important? How she talked about these ancient civilizations, or should I say, um, cultural ideas that are just old and ancient and nothing's changing. It's all based on tradition, etc. Well, notice how right below that is Geburah. So Geburah isn't just slicing and balancing Chesed across the board. It's also slicing and balancing Bina, which is above it. So this is why it's really important to consider that this tree of life here is about patterns, relationships, and relationships of patterns, right? We're talking about old universities, just old establishments that do not change. And over here, we're talking about the upbuilding and the growing and the expanding, and how both of these are connected to Geburah in a triangle. Why? Because at some point, those old universities, those old, static, unchanging, dead ways must change in favor of the new. And of course, anything that is growing and expanding has to have some kind of limit, has to be checked. So it's interesting to see the placement of these things, right? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I have become Shiva, destroyer of worlds. I'm a human being. You're my strongest warrior. I'm a human being. Got me on the front lines like I'm Cyclops. Whenever there is anything that has outlived its usefulness, Geburah must wield the pruning knife. Wherever there is selfishness, it must find itself impaled on the spear point of Geburah. Well, damn, Dion, that was some graphic pictorials. Wherever there is selfishness, it must find itself impaled on the spear point of Geburah. Wherever there is violence against the weak or the merciless use of strength, it is the sword of Geburah, not the orb of Chesed, that is the most effectual counteractant. Wherever there is sloth and dishonesty, Geburah's sacred scourge is needed. And where there is a removal of the landmarks set for our neighbor's protection, it is the chain of Geburah that must restrain. That sounds like something some kind of Batman figure would say while they're perched on top of a gargoyle. Wherever there is crime, injustice, I am there. So yeah, you could say that Batman is very much a Geburah type of figure because Gotham, being the cursed city that it is overrun with evil, with out of place, out of time miscreants. Batman is there to set the record straight. Interesting, huh? So instead of thinking of Geburah as this dark villain, think of Geburah more as like a superhero, more like the Punisher. A little bit like Batman, but more like the Punisher. Darkwing Duck kind of thing. I am the terror that flaps in the night. Personally, I like to think of Master Chief. Because if there's one hero that I have never seen lose, never seen fall, it's Master Chief. That is the most invincible, most powerful, bestest hero ever created. I think that Master Chief from Halo will be a great example of Geburah. Kevros, SS God, peace. So 14. These things are as necessary to the health of society and of the individual as brotherly love, and a good deal rarer, used medicinally and not vengefully in our sentimental age. Someone has got to cry, halt to the aggressor, and move on to those who are blocking the way. And that someone is functioning as a priest in the sphere of the holy fifth Sephirah. Imagine that. Someone who stands up for what's right would be considered a priest of the holy fifth Sephirah. See how, collective human culture and superstition can take something and completely mislabel it? Ray Blackstorm says Batman is definitely Geburah, also Ogun as a correspondence. The champion. Right? See, Batman would be Geburah, and of course Superman would be Tifereth. Superman would be Tifereth. Ray Blackstorm says Geburah is Jesus flipping the money table in the temple. And the money table itself would be Geburah. Look at that. Look at that. Chesed, my bad. The money table itself would be Chesed. So yeah, specifically, Kamael would be the name of this hero, the Archangel Kamael. All right, let's keep going. 15. Now see, I had to circle this one because 15 is serious business. If we watch life, we shall see that rhythm, not stability, is its vital principle. What's the vital principle of life? Rhythm, not stability. So remember previously when I was talking about how if you really look at your life and your reality, you'll see a cycle of things rising up, reaching a certain point, and collapsing, right? A process of rising up and collapsing. And see, here you think you're making mistakes, you think you're fucking up, you're doing everything wrong, but that's literally how life is supposed to go, the ups and the downs. The difference is, where are you in the midst of all that? Where are you stationed? Where's your consciousness? Are you on that roller coaster going up, 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 enjoying all the fruits of the decisions that you're making? And then at the same time, feeling guilty for the collapse? Or are you somewhere in the center point, doing your work for the sake of doing the work and watching the fall without letting it affect you? Hey, hey. If we watch life, we shall see that rhythm, not stability, is its vital principle. Such stability as manifesting existence achieves Such stability as manifesting existence achieves is the stability of a man on a bicycle, balanced between two opposing poles. He can fall over to the right or he can fall over to the left, and he keeps his balance by the means of momentum. So look at that. See a man on a bicycle and he's riding. He can either fall over to the left or he can fall over to the right. Right? If you're not pedaling, you're going to fall over one side or the other. But it's through the rhythm of the pedaling and the swaying of the body that you keep centered. That's how you navigate through Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. That's how you navigate through Om. That is the rhythm. It's a little bit of Rajas, a little bit of Tamas. And that's going to keep you in Sattva. That's going to keep you in the range of Sattva. <clears throat> 16. In the life of individuals and the development of any transaction, in the tone of any disciplined or highly organized group mind, imagine that, a highly organized, disciplined group mind. Like you've seen the group mind of the people on the internet, people in your community or at your job. Like you've seen the group mind. Imagine a disciplined, highly organized group mind. Like what could be accomplished, right? Imagine like a group mind where people understand how to look past the surface into the symbolism. What kind of things would this group mind be capable of? And what if you were a part of such a group mind? What if you were already a part of such a group mind? Do you think that doing the work and understanding sciences like Kabbalah is only for you? What if you were doing your part and sharpening your sword? Hmm, just a thought. Where we at? In the life of individuals, in the development of any transaction, in the tone of any disciplined or highly organized group mind, we see the constant alternation of the Geburah and Gijala influences in a rhythmic swing from one side to the other. Anyone who is responsible for the disciplining of an organized group knows the constant need for tightening and slackening the reins, for stimulating and steadying. Has anybody here ever been a manager or some type of supervisor or anyone who had to deal with a lot of people? You'll notice that there's times where you got to be a little bit more strict and a little bit more lenient if what you want is a healthy mental and emotional environment, right? Patrick says, good luck finding people like that in real life looking beyond the surface level. I know, dude. It's almost like you have to go to the internet to do such a thing. It's almost like you got to go to YouTube or something like that on certain days of the week. Sage Page says, people management suck. I know that's right. They trick you when they say, oh, we'll give you a little raise, but you get way more responsibility. Zero says, I've been a personal trainer for 9 years and 1 year gym manager, and it's hard to balance all the people. Yes. And at the same time, there's a lot of valuable lessons that you're learning that people who've never been in management will never learn. There's something different about working with many, many people. Just dealing with the people in your life on a day to day basis, you only get to learn about a certain level of the group mind. But when you have to expand and work with more and more, when you have to work with a lot of people, you inevitably start to see patterns that you could not have seen before. There is a lot of value to working with a lot of people and to managing people because you really start to see the patterns of the collective. If you've never been a manager and you've never worked with a lot of people, it's hard to really grasp the concept of the collective. So just remember that. Now, the collective isn't necessarily this special, wonderful unicorn of a thing, but it's very interesting to see that it exists. The collective human hive mind is a real thing, and to see it, hey, just like what we said at the beginning of this verse, you get a certain awe, you get a certain fear, there's a certain respect that humanity really has levels. It's not just a small individual person. When people get together on a focused, on a centralized cause, there's a hive mind at work. And when you see that yourself for the first time, that's one of those things that really convince you that magic is real. Because if you're like me, you start doing experiments, and you'll notice that if you deal with that hive mind just as much or more than the individual, you'll start to affect all the individuals. Or maybe I'm giving you too many ideas. Right. Curve says little raise but big responsibility. Fuck him. You still got that little raise? Patrick says, and it'd be like 10 cents and twice as much work. Right. You finna get me like that. Zero says, totally true. You make me look a different way. My past as a trainer. Love it. Trav, thank you. Yeah, man. Ray Blackstorm says, I managed a 100-person call center. You are essentially a psychologist, enforcer, and counselor at the same time. Man. Right. There's something that you see at a bird's eye perspective. That's what the hive mind needs. They need a psychologist, they need an enforcer, they need a counselor, and more. Then this is what we are as human beings. And see, we don't see that until you raise to that level. What did I say? Huh? What? All right, back to it. Back to it. Sounds like you popped, little bro. Nah, I didn't pop him. That was a warning snap because I didn't want to get out of my seat. All right, let's get back to it. Now, 16. In the life of individuals, in the development of any transaction, and the tone of any disciplined or highly organized group mind, we see the constant alteration of the Geburah and Gijula influences in a rhythmic swing from one side to the other. Anyone who is responsible for the disciplining of an organized group knows the constant need for the tightening and slackening of the reins, for stimulating and steadying. There is a sense of the need to pay out line as the group surges forward with an impulse of interest and keenness, followed by the need to take up the slack as the impulse spends itself. So, in other words, picture like you've got this beast, this beast, and it gets this burst of energy, and you've got this beast on a rope right around its neck, or a chain, a leash, right? A leash, that's what we call it. And as it surges forward with an impulse of interest and keenness, you kind of release it and let it have some rope, right? So it can move forward. But once that impulse spins itself, you start to pull the rope back to kind of reel it in. So in a way, you're steering this beast. You're steering the outflow and inflow of its energy. If the slack is not taken up with a firm hand, the group tangles itself in the loops and waxes insubordinate. The wise handler of humans, geez, handler of humans, the wise handler of humans knows when the reaction has spent itself and the moment has come to crack the whip of Geburah over the team and make it jump into the collar again as the new dynamic impulse surges up. But he also knows that he must not crack it too soon while the team is having a breather, or one of the less stable units will get a leg over the traces. Now, see, as a human, that might not sound too good. That sounds a little too close to a slave master. But as an occultist, as a not, I talked earlier about non-attachment. You got to see the stuff outside of your identification. She's speaking facts. She's speaking facts. I know it sound a little rough, cracking the whip, making them jump into the collar again. It sounds a little rough, but you got to look at it outside of your humanity. I'll read it again so you can read it, so you can listen to it out of your humanity. Here we go. The wise handler of humans knows when the reaction has spent itself and the moment has come to crack the whip of Geburah over the team and make it jump into the collar again as the new dynamic impulse surges up. But he also knows that he must not crack it too soon while the team is having a breather, or one of the less stable units will get a leg over the traces. And of course, you speak it metaphorically. We're not cracking whips over anybody unless they're paying for it. But what she's really talking about is you've got to be that Geburah force. When you're dealing with, whether it's multiple people, you're dealing with the spirits, you're dealing about yourself, you've got to be the one to identify when that energy is surging up and when it's depleting. Because if you're not managing the energy flow, it's going to be chaos. going to be chaos. Ay, caramba. Ay, caramba. Occult, peace. Occult says book. Yes, yes, indeed. 17. Especially do we see the alternating rhythms of Geburah and Gijala in national life. I venture to prophecy that the nation is passing out of a Gijala phase and entering into a Geburah one. Everywhere we see, and you know what? Looking back, we can say that, right? Looking back, we can say that because this was written in what, 1946? When was this book written? When was this book written? Let me just flip back to the beginning. These big ass letters here. When was this book written? 1935. Jeez. Okay. So this was written in 1930. I forget. I forget often, right? I flip back to the beginning here and I look at the first pages of this book. It's got the author on it too. I look and I see it was written in 1935. Isn't that wild? Because the way that she talks is so timeless. But to go back here, again, she says that I venture to prophecy that the nation is passing out of a Gijala phase and entering a Geburah phase. Damn, 90 years. Think about that, man. Proteus, seer of eons. Peace, peace. Trying my best, man. And to be honest, I think that this Geburah phase, or I should say this Gijala phase, I venture to prophecy that the nation is passing out of a Gijala phase and entering into a Geburah one. Everywhere we see a mercy that has been overstrained by the imperfections of human nature being abrogated in favor of a severity which shall restore the balance of even handed justice and prevent evil from multiplying. Police work is being reorganized. Judges are giving stiffer sentences. Penal reform has had a setback. The humanitarian no longer has the last word. The group soul of the race is entering upon a Geburah phase and has lost patience with its substandard units. And let's think about that also, because she doesn't just waste words. When she says stuff, she's kind of peppering in little seeds of thought. She said the group soul of the race is entering into a Geburah phase. Can you imagine that your specific race as a whole is going through cycles as well? Not just the human race, but you're African American, you're American white, you're European white, you're Chinese, you're Japanese, right? You're Mexican, you're Puerto Rican, right? She's saying that the individual races go through these cycles. And just inferring from that statement, not the same cycles at the same time. And we can see that some people prosper, some people suffer. Could it be that there are phases and cycles when we talk about this group soul? Interesting. Interesting. And with that being said, I wonder if there's a way to kind of expand past that. Of course there is. It's called non-attachment. The group soul of the race is entering upon a Geburah phase and has lost patience with its substandard units. And since she's writing from like a literal European view, like she was a European, not an American, I think that after 90 years, that cycle is returning again. I think they're going through another Geburah. They're entering into another Geburah phase. Okay, 18. For the next cycle, the tendency will be to push the unfit into the discard and concentrate on bringing the fit to their finest development. Geburah will be the senior partner, and any mitigations of severity that Gijula proposes will have to pass the scrutiny of even handed justice. This is a very necessary reform, for towards the end of a phase, extremes tend to develop. Did you see that? Towards the end of a phase, that's how you know that you're entering into a new phase, because extremes tend to develop. And the humanitarianism of Gijula has been abused and made ridiculous, and its refinement has become finicky and lost touch with actualities. Pay attention. When a new phase comes in on a group mind scale, it is upon the least enlightened, the most crowd minded, that its influence is strongest. If you wasn't paying attention, I need you to pay attention now. Because one of the things that I really would like to help you develop is psychic ability, especially if you've had a touch of it and you want to expand on that. The reason why, we had a little conversation just now about about group mind and being able to see people as a whole and look at the patterns. Well, a big part of that is factored into psychic ability. The group mind goes through what I call weather. And when I say weather, I mean like something comes through the group mind and it affects everyone. Now everybody's feeling depressed for some reason. And you can look around and just kind of scan and see, yeah, it's true. Or everyone might have gotten some type of an energetic boost, right? You can really look at the weather of the group mind and see what's going on. Now look at what she said right here. She said when a new phase comes in on a group mind scale, which happens frequently, you just got to be able to identify it. It is upon the least enlightened, the most crowd-minded, that its influence is strongest. So look, I know you like to hate on the NPCs, you like to make fun of the folks that aren't awake, right? The people that's out here doing the cringy, stereotypical stuff. But pay close attention to the least enlightened, the most crowd-minded, because honestly, they're going to tell you what the weather is. They're going to tell you what the weather is on the psychic atmosphere. So it's among the least enlightened, the most crowd-minded, that its influence is strongest. Now she said that, but I can also tell you that from my personal experience, not just one time, but over years of observing that. The cultured always tend to stand aside from the extremes. We see this clearly indicated in the line taken by the various types of journalism. And don't get it twisted now. The people who do create the movies and the music and the culture creators, they see this stuff too. Even if they're not spiritually enhanced, at least they're looking at the human race as big numbers, as statistics. They're seeing the patterns. You don't have to be psychic to see the patterns, but if you're psychic, you can see the patterns. So people who manage and create the magazines and the music videos and all the entertainment of the world, right? Those who manufacture the memes and create the celebrities, they're also they've got a finger on the pulse of the collective unconscious. We see this clearly indicated in the line taken by the various types of journalism. Popular journalism is crying out for the free use of the cat as a punishment for crime. for the repudiation of debts and international agreements, for, in fact, a general slashing around with the sword of Geburah. There is on every hand a growing tendency to stand no nonsense from anybody, a tendency which makes negotiations exceedingly difficult to carry on, for Geburah is at his worst as a negotiator. His one contribution to the discussion being that of the Greek soldier who took his sword out and cut the knot. In other words, there's a myth of where there's this extremely complicated knot tied in a string in a rope, and they're passing that knot through all the philosophers, and everyone's trying to figure out how to untangle it. They pass it to the Greek soldier. He pulls out a sword and just cuts it. Get that cat out of here. Here. Kashigi, peace, peace. WT says AI came out with memes first. Yeah, yeah. If you're talking about the kind of AI I think you're talking about. 20. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Danny Mesa Bay says cut to the chase. That's the sword of Geburah. 20. Now the initiate, knowing that phase succeeds phase in rhythmic alternation, does not take any phase too seriously, nor think that it is either the end of the world or the millennium. You hear that? How many of us have already been through that, right? We've when you first start to get glimpse of these waves, you might take one seriously, think that, oh, this is it right here, this is it. Or even worse, you start to think that, oh, this is the end of the world. See, I told y'all it was coming. Now, the initiate, knowing that phase succeeds phase in rhythmic alternation, does not take any phase too seriously, nor think that it is either the end of the world or the millennium. He knows that it will run its course, being at first a valuable and necessary corrective, and in the end, running to extremes. Listen, but provided there is sufficient vision among the Illuminati of a race, don't get scared. Don't get scared of that word. Provided there is sufficient vision among the Illuminati of a race, the people will not perish. For the very fact of extremes being arrived at indicates the end of the swing, and the pendulum will normally reverse its motion and start coming back towards the center of stability. Man, man. She's saying a lot in very few words. It is only when vision is completely lost to a people that the pendulum is allowed to fly off its hook into self destruction. Somebody got to listen. Somebody got to listen and interpret what's happening here. Minosa says that's why I see Trump as Geburah energy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got to see it without attachment. You got to see it without opinion. You got to see it without your personal investment. It's energy. You might as well stop seeing people. You might as well stop seeing individuals. You might as well stop seeing individual people and only the forces that are at play. I don't know that man as an individual human being, and I never will, nor do I care to. But I see the energy being expressed. See, a lot of y'all get caught up. A lot of y'all get caught up looking at the person. That's what I'm talking about when I say the initiate are seeing past the surface level. But, anyways, what does the Bible say about vision? The Bible says, my people perish for lack of vision. It says, my people perish. for lack of vision. She said, it is only when the vision is completely lost to a people that the pendulum is allowed to fly off its hook into self-destruction. What does she mean by vision, though? Is she talking about just looking with your eyes? No, she's talking about the vision of this weather, this energy, the flow and the phase of this collective unconscious. I'm gonna read it again because I know somebody thinks they got it. Now, the initiate, knowing that phase succeeds phase in rhythmic alteration, does not take any phase too seriously, nor think that it's the end of the world or the millennium. He knows that it will run its course, being at first a valuable and necessary corrective, and in the end, running to extremes. So when you get this phase of, look, y'all, they killing us. They beating the cops, man. They beating all of us up in the streets, man. They killing us, right? So you think it's the end of the world. You think, oh, police, martial law is coming to every hood in the US, right? You see how we look at that stuff and think it's the end of the world, take it to extremes? No, it's an indication that something is changing drastically. So whenever you see extremes ramp up in any field, a bunch of people behaving in a certain kind of way, whatever that way may be, if it's extreme and a lot of people are doing it, that's an indication that something is about to change. That's not the indication that it's all over. Oh my God, look what they're doing. They're destroying America. They're destroying the family. They're destroying the gender. They're destroying the Constitution, right? The initiate does not take any phase too seriously, nor think that it is either the end of the world or the millennium. He knows that it will run its course. Guess what? It will run its course. Because all that shit y'all been scared of for the past 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, it has all run its course and we still here. We still here. Look, look. AI is taking our jobs, right? Remember a couple years ago, all the Mexicans are taking our jobs, right? Yet you still going to work with the little raise, with the little raise. When it's hyped up like that, when it gets to extremes and people are getting scared, really, you as the occultist should be seeing that, okay, things are about to shift again, things are about to change again. But if you find yourself getting wrapped up in the nonsense with everybody else, well, perhaps you're not as woke as you think you are. Silly human concerns. And I know with this crowd, I don't have to beat the bush. But I know every now and then somebody will come into the chat from off a TikTok video or something, and I just have to put it out there because I want to. You got to be able to flow. Ticker chirps. All right, so where were we? He knows that it will run its course, being at first a valuable and necessary corrective, and in the end, running to extremes. But provided there is sufficient vision among the Illuminati of a race, I wonder who that is, right? Provided there is sufficient vision among the Illuminati of a race, I wonder who that is. The people will not perish, for the very fact of extremes being arrived at indicates the end of the swing. And the pendulum will normally reverse its motion and start coming back towards the center of stability. So, you know what comes after extremes? Balance. And you know what comes after balance? Extremes. So, if you're seeing this wild shit happen, guess what? The next step is not the end of the world. And even if it is, the next step is always balance, harmony. Somebody had to say it. Patchwork. Somebody had to say it. So, it is only when vision is completely lost to a people that the pendulum is allowed to fly off its hook into self destruction. Rome did it, Carthage did it, more recently, Russia has done it. But even when social organization breaks down and the pendulum has gone off into space, damn, The principle of rhythm is still inherent in all manifesting existence and reestablishes itself as soon as any sort of organization begins to arise out of the wreckage. Like I said before, it it must fall apart. Everything must fall apart. This has happened in your life several times. And you might look at it as a mistake, you might have taken it personally, but it's universal. This is a cosmic principle. Everything falls apart and then it's rebuilt. Enjoy the ride. Don't take it too seriously. Know that this too shall pass. That's not just a Bible verse to make you feel good, it's a cosmic truth. This too shall pass. 21. The great weakness of Christianity lies in the fact that it ignores rhythm. I love this verse, right? I love this verse. Look at what she says. The great weakness of Christianity lies in the fact that it ignores rhythm. It balances God with devil instead of Vishnu with Shiva. Now, by now, y'all know some of this Vedic stuff, right? See, the great weakness of Christianity is the fact that it ignores rhythm. It balances God with the devil instead of Vishnu with Shiva, instead of Goku and Vegeta. Its dualisms are antagonistic instead of equilibrating. In other words, God and the devil, that's antagonistic. See, that's the lie of good versus evil. We think that God is fighting the devil. First of all, what kind of God, what kind of almighty, all-powerful God is engaged in warfare with a lower entity that he created? Like, does that even what does that say about God? If the God is the God you really think he's supposed to be, why is he engaged in eternal warfare with a creation? That's like God being at war with your next door neighbor or you or something. How can your neighbor hold toe to toe to God? That's crazy. Because guess what's going to happen? I'm about to go to my neighbor and figure out what the hell do you know? What do you know that you're able to go toe to toe with God? I'm on your side, buddy. I'm on your side because you know something that I need to know, right? How is it that God Almighty is engaged, locked in mortal combat? That don't even make sense. J Bald Hell back in the building. Kashigi says the enemy only has images and illusions. Behind that lies their true intent. Destroy the images and you destroy the enemy. Bruce Lee movie. Change the image, you change the enemy. The enemy is a mirror. Yes, sir. I love that quote. Yes, sir. Toe to toe with God. Like, imagine that. So you telling me that the devil has a chance? That's crazy. That's wild. But that's what people around here believe in. So let's get back to it. J Bald Hill says, I come bearing gifts. First video is officially up. Hey, check this out. Check this out. Click on J Bald Hill if you're watching on mobile. You're able to click on his name right here, and it should say View Channel. Go to View Channel and hit the subscribe button. Check that out. Check that out. After this video, check out the video that he's got posted here. J Bald Hill, that's a homie, longtime student. Got his channel up and going. Let's give some support. You heard his name before. You seen him in the chat. You know what time it is. Fat Tony says, arms not long enough to box with the gods. Arms not long enough. But that's what people are walking around believing. So, like I always say, it's the metaphor, it's the stories that we tell ourselves. If you're walking around thinking that, like, that has a profound impact on the rest of your world, rest of your reality. So look, let's get back to it. It balances God with the devil instead of Vishnu with Shiva. So what's the difference between God and devil versus Vishnu and Shiva? Are Vishnu and Shiva at war with each other? No, Vishnu and Shiva are more like Geburah and Chesed. Some builds up, some is broken down. Nobody's at war. It's more like a yin yang. Its dualisms are antagonistic instead of equilibrating, and therefore can never issue in the functional third in which power is in equilibrium. So, in any case, you got the God versus devil, there's no room for that third, which is balance. Whereas Vishnu and Shiva, the third aspect is Brahma. You've got generator, operator, destroyer. And that's the reality. Allah says Brahma, creator, Vishnu, preserver, Shiva, destroyer, right? So if we're dealing with preservation and destruction, as opposed to good and evil. Ace in the place. It's been a minute. Ain't seen you. So it's God is the and it's talking about Christianity here. She says its dualisms are antagonistic instead of equilibrating, and therefore can never issue in the functional third in which power is in equilibrium. Its God is the same yesterday, today, and forever, and does not evolve with an evolving creation, but indulges in one special creative act and rests on his laurels. God been asleep since Genesis. God has been chilling since Adam and Eve stepped foot in the garden. That was his last action. Did you know that? If you believe the Bible, that's what you have to believe. God's last action was in the Garden of Eden, and that was it. That was it. After that seventh day, he's still asleep. And does not evolve with an evolving creation, but indulges in one special creative act and rests on his laurels. The whole of human race, excuse me, the whole of human experience, the whole of human knowledge is against the likelihood of such a concept being true. Boom. 22. The Christian concept being static, not dynamic, it does not see that because a thing is good, its opposite is necessarily evil. It has no sense of proportion because it has no realization of the principle of equilibrium in space and rhythm in time. Manosa says God busted a nut and went to sleep. Lazy motherfucker. Hey, if you believe the Bible as 100% true, then you have to believe that. We gotta believe that. And if I ask you what's the opposite of good, are you gonna say evil? Because perhaps that's not entirely true. Dissonant chaos, peace and greetings. 93, as they say. So check this out. The Christian concept being static, not dynamic. It does not see that because a thing is good, its opposite is not necessarily evil. It has no sense of proportion because it has no realization of the principle of equilibrium in space. Make sure you circle that. And rhythm and time. Make sure you circle that. Because we talked about that at the beginning of this chapter when she talked about evil, which is force out of time, force out of space, and force out of proportion. Consequently, for the Christian ideal, the part is all too often greater than the whole. Meekness, mercy, purity, and love are made the ideal of Christian character. And as Nietzsche truly points out, These are slave virtues. Well, damn, Nietzsche. He said meekness, mercy, purity, and love are slave virtues. Yikes. Meekness, mercy, purity, and love are made the ideal of Christian character. And as Nietzsche truly points out, these are slave virtues. There should be room in our ideal for the virtues of the ruler and leader. Did you ever consider that? Courage, energy, justice, and integrity. Not just meek and mild. Oh, meek and mild like a tender lamb. Tender, if we talking about tender, that's usually a quality to describe something you're about to eat. Tender, holy infant, so tender and mild. Meekness, mercy, purity, and love, like those have been purported as the highest ideals of a Christian character. But we don't think about the fact that, what about the qualities of a leader, of a ruler? Courage, energy, justice, and integrity. And by the way, all these belong to Geburah 5. Christianity has nothing to tell us about the dynamic virtues. Consequently, those who get the world's work done cannot follow the Christian ideal because of its limitations and inapplicability to their problems. They can measure right and wrong against no standard save their own self respect. The result is the ridiculous spectacle of a civilization committed to a one sided ideal, being forced to keep its ideals and its honor in separate compartments. Man, man. Sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace. Dissonant Chaos says, Trav, I gotta hand it to you. You're the only one really doing this spiritual thing right, especially online. Finding your channel was like finding a gold mine. I've been rocking with you for years. Thank you, Dissonant Chaos. I mean it, man. I do this from the heart. From the heart. Now there's other benefits that come with it, but hell, even without those benefits, I was doing this for free. I'm doing this for free right now. I'm gonna be doing this as long as I'm able to do this. So you're gonna see 80-year-old Travis Magus teaching Qabalah if I have not ascended by then. I appreciate your compliment. Thank you very much. Sleep in heavenly peace. Ilah says Archangel Camiel is an angel in Christian and Jewish traditions who is associated with strength, courage, and war. His name means he who sees God. Disney Chaos says, thank you for all your work, man. It has helped me tremendously throughout my journey and showed me so many new authors and books that I never heard of. I'm happy to help, my friend. Happy to help. Grateful to be of service. Grateful to be of service. Curse says 80-year-old Trav ain't holding shit back. Don't come in this chat talking shit. In or out. Close that door. Donations. Donations and close that door. Now, 80-year-old Kabbalah teachings. I wonder what that library of correspondence will look like then. Man, I better have some perfect NLP. I better be Tony Robbins' perfect NLP with that. I should be able to communicate to somebody in 30 minutes and they understand this whole shit. That's what I'm going for. I should be able to sit down and talk to somebody for 15 minutes and they walk away knowing how to invoke archangels in, in the physical plane. But anyways, let's get back to it now. Let's get back to it. It's gonna be on Tony Robbins level. Watch what I say. And it won't take that long. You'll be able to say one word and clean up all your shadow work. Matter of fact, here we are, 23. Let me go refill my coffee. It won't be a long break. I'll BRB. Y'all just gave me a new New Year's resolution. I'm gonna become a shadow work master. Be right back. List your New Year's resolutions in the chat. Let me see what y'all are bringing into the new year. Who's giving up on them light skinned Debbie cakes? Them honey buns and them dark chocolate Swiss rolls. Who's going sugar free? Who's passing up the zebra cakes? More coffee. Round your virgin mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild. Oh no! What in the hell is this? Oh shit! That opened too soon. Somebody. You're gonna have a lot of coffee grounds in yours. I'm so sorry. You might have to clean that up. Coffee grounds in there. Rinse that out. Rinse that out. All right. What we got here? What we got here? Yes. This Nikhil says mine is finding a better career path. Nice, nice. Manifesting. My gnosis says I'm gonna start selling dope in 1986. Okay. So we got the presupposition of time travel. That's a great way to start. J Baldhill says 24 was hella feminine work. 25 looking to be that but masculine. Okay. Throw some D's. Sanson Rojo says I love this show. Me too. Me too. Rose of Flame says coming ever more into alignment with Christ for this next year. Right on. Oh, you flatter me too much. Don't stop. J Bald Hills, back to chores. My gnosis says I'm on NLP heavy. Yes, sir. All right, should be good. All right, back to it. Back to it. Fat Tony says I'm going harder at the stock market. Okay. Now look, with these New Year's resolutions, keep in mind what has been read here so far, right? In order to do these things that we are aiming to do, we're going to be shifting the energy from something that we're already doing, right? So there's going to be a sacrifice, not because you have to give up something or kill something, but it will be useful and appropriate to withdraw energy that's invested in your life in a place that isn't really working out for you. And only you know what that might be. But maybe there's something that you can stop doing, something you can give up and convert that energy into something new, which is what you're trying to do. And I wonder what kind of form you can give these forces, what kind of sigil you can make, what kind of object representative. I wonder how you can really take this, make it magical, make it really work for you. How can you provide your subconscious mind with a symbol to grasp and make this thing concrete, make it real? Because as we're learning about the tree of life, anything that we'll ever experience has a representative on this tree. Zero says mine is starting the teachings of Vivekananda on the concentration to upgrade. I feel inclined to do that. Yeah, yeah. Get yourself a representative that the subconscious mind can grasp. And let's go. Let's go. All right, back to it now. 23. 23. We need Geburah's realism to balance Gidula's idealism, quite as much as we need to temper justice with mercy. Experience in the handling of children soon teaches us that the child that is never checked is a spoiled child. that the youth who lacks the spur of competition is apt to be a slack youth, for it is only the few who will work for work's sake. Mm. And so it is with nations. The monopoly, lacking the spur of competition, has always proved itself to be ineffectual. The non competitive professions always suffer from intellectual obesity. Now, I know you never heard of that before. Intellectual obesity? That sucks. But look at what she's saying. That's why we have McDonald's and Burger King. That's why we have Pepsi and Coke. That's why we have Windows and Mac. We don't have a monopoly. We have competitive business because it inspires growth. It inspires expansion. That's why we have a Goku and a Vegeta. That's why we have Geburah and Chesed. See, we need that. Who is your healthy rival in your life? What is your healthy rival? It may not be a person. Do you have anything that challenges you? Or are you suffering from intellectual obesity? That's something to consider also. I'm going to talk with my good friend about certain things that we might want to develop. One of the things that constantly comes across is that people have this need that they feel like they need an enemy. So when I think about like my marketing or me developing certain things, she's always bringing up, well, people always feel like they need an enemy. Maybe we can create an enemy. But I don't really like to go down that path, especially because in my heart, I don't really believe in that concept. But maybe this is a better way to think about it. Perhaps there's some type of rival that you can grasp to challenge you, to keep growing, to keep expanding in a healthy way, versus being afraid of, AI or the Illuminati or the cops or whatever your enemy of choice is. But you'll see also this is why the media and the government always provides us with an enemy, a scapegoat. This election season was pretty crazy, right? Because it wasn't simply like, oh, I agree with this person's policies or this person's policies. You hated one and damn near worshiped the other. They're getting too good at this game, aren't they? Let's continue. 24. Geburah is the dynamic element in life that drives through and over obstacles. 1111. Let me get some 1111s in the chat, especially if you're on the East Coast. Thank you, Patchwork. I don't care if it's 1112. It's 1111 season, right? We're talking about seasons. Wayne M says you lack the minerals and vitamins, irons and niacin. By rapper OC reminded of this when the topic of going to war with God. That's a funny concept to me, man. Scared of the devil. Scared of the devil. When you can literally do the same things that the devil can do and more. 24. Geburah is the dynamic element in life that drives through and over obstacles. The character, which is lacking in Martian aspects, never gets to grips with life. Those who have had to depend on a non Geburah breadwinner know that love is not a complete solution of life's problems. Ouch. Right? Ouch. Nice guys finished last. Look what she said. Those who have had to depend on a non Geburah breadwinner know that love is not a complete solution to life's problems. In other words, we're taught by Disney that love is all we need, right? Yet, specifically, we could say a female, a woman, who's linked up with a man who's the breadwinner, but he don't have them Geburah qualities. There's no courage, there's no energy, there's no integrity. He's tender and meek and mild though, right? And you love him, but there's something missing. There's something that just ain't there, right? And that's when you really learn that love is not a complete solution to life's problems. That's a hard reality, especially if you've ever been a non-Geburah breadwinner. It's not the money, it's not being loyal and a good man. There's certain qualities, but hey, if you know, you know. We must learn to love and trust the mailed warrior with the sword. She says we must learn to love and trust the mailed warrior with the sword, as well as divine love, which gives us the cup of cold water and says, "Come unto me, all ye that are weary and heavy laden." Elah says, "Iron fist is Geburah. Punch hot sand, then move up to rocks. Punch, punch, then one day your fist breaks rock. Geburah." Miles Burton 03, peace. 25. Now look, I put a circled star next to this 5-pointed star because we're dealing with Geburah. One of the symbols of Geburah is the pentagon, 5-pointed shape. Look at what is being said here in 25. 25, by the way, is 5 times 5. When we have learned to kiss the rod, wait a minute, Dion. When we have learned to kiss the rod and realize the value of astringent experiences, we have taken the first of the Geburah initiations. When we have learned to lose our lives in order to find them, we've taken the second initiation. There is a certain type of courage which does not fear dissolution, for it knows that all spiritual principles are indestructible. And so long as the archetypes persist, anything can be rebuilt. Geburah is only destructive to that which is temporal. It is the servant of which is eternal. For when by the acid activity of Geburah, all that is impermanent has been eaten away, the eternal and incorporeal realities shine forth in all their glory, every line revealed. Nice. Oh, not you too, Kashigi. We got enough of curve. So let's look at that. She talked about the first initiation, where she says you've learned to kiss the rod and realize the value of astringent experiences. That's the first Geburah initiation. When you realize to learn the value of a good spanking, right? A good ass whooping. The value of being checked, basically, right? Because there's a lot of people who've never been checked. They'll be checked one day, but you learn the value of being checked because you realize, you know what? I was doing too much. I was going a little bit too far, getting a little crazy, whatever, whatever. And you can understand the value of being checked. That's the first initiation of Geburah. Perhaps you remember the first time you really got checked. I do. What's the second initiation? The second initiation is We have learned to lose our lives in order to find them. That's the second initiation. And look at how those are connected. First, you get checked for stepping out of line or doing too much or really being out of order in some kind of way. And you learn to appreciate that. You say, okay, that helps give me an inner balance. Now I know how to operate in such a way that I'm operating with harmony with everyone else in my ecosystem. The second initiation of Geburah is when you learn to lose your life in order to gain it. What's that mean? That means when you realize that you're living in an illusion and everything that you've built up over the years, the fiance, the car, the house, the job, you realize that all that stuff isn't even what you wanted and doesn't even fulfill you at all. Now, of course, you're going to realize it afterwards, not right away. But when you lose everything that you thought created you, now you realize what freedom is because you have the opportunity to start over in such a way that is useful and appropriate. That's the second initiation. You lose your life in order to find it. See, a lot of people are holding on to a life that ain't even real. A lot of people are holding on tight. And as time progresses, as the vibration of this world rises, as more and more people start to expand in consciousness, the world itself is changing. There's a reason why we're seeing these orbs in the sky now, but that's not what this video is about. As the vibration rises, it's more and more difficult for people to hold on to a life that isn't real, but they're clinging and they're clinging as it's being ripped and ripped. It's a painful experience for a lot of people. But the initiate sees the value in letting go. You don't know what's coming. You don't know what's going to happen next, but you'd rather have the uncertain truth than the certain lie. That's the second initiation of Geburah. You follow? Has anybody felt that before? Wow, this in the chaos says this is literally perfect, so synchronistic happening to me right now. Just pulled the Five of Cups the other day too. Zero says the losing of the actor to the act. Man, that's a great metaphor. So let's look at this third initiation then. There's a certain type of courage which does not fear dissolution. You have to first get checked, right? And that could be something social. Maybe it happens with a teacher. Maybe you're out, hanging out in the streets with some folks at the club or something. Jeez, I want to share my experience, but I don't feel like it right now. But let's just say it involved a female and me thinking that I was, I don't know. I don't know who I thought I was. I had to get checked. And then you realize, okay, maybe I'm doing too much. That's the first death. That's the death of the ego. Then there's the death of losing everything that you thought you built up. I went through that situation. I told you my story before. And see, what's happening with both of those is that you lose the fear of loss. You lose the fear of death. You lose the fear of letting go. So this third initiation, she says, this is a certain type of courage where you stop being afraid of dissolution. You stop being afraid of loss. I'm not afraid of death. I'm sure everyone can say, I don't want to be hurt. Nobody wants to feel pain, but I'm not afraid of not existing anymore. I'm not afraid of that. If today was my last day, that would not scare me. I might hang out with my son a little bit more, play some video games with him. But other than that, there isn't anything that I change. I wouldn't scramble to do. Oh, I gotta apologize and I gotta go do this. There's not gonna be no scrambling and scraping. I'm asleep. I'm gonna play some Fortnite, hang out with my son, I might cook me a nice, delicious fried salmon meal. There's nothing because I'm already living my life. Like I'm being myself to the point that I don't feel like I'm missing anything right now. There comes a certain point where you're not afraid to dissolve. You're not afraid to lose anything. It's a certain courage that comes with it. She says, for it knows that all spiritual principles are indestructible. There's a point where you really learn that the material stuff is going to break. It's gonna fall apart. It's supposed to. But the spiritual principles that you gain, that you've learned through this work, those cannot be taken by death. They can't be taken by anything or anyone. So as long as the archetypes exist, anything can be rebuilt. So look, you're not even losing anything. As long as archetypes exist, as long as you are underneath the sphere of Hakma, nothing is lost. Anything can be rebuilt, reshaped. If you really want to come back, there's an archetype for that. Look at what she says. Geburah is only destructive to that which is temporal. It is the servant of which is eternal. For when by the acid activity of Geburah all of that is impermanent has been eaten away, the eternal and incorporeal realities shine forth in all of their glory, every line revealed. So look, Geburah will destroy everything that's temporary. It will. That's its job, to destroy everything that is temporary. Now your work is learning to identify with something that is eternal. Because if you're identified with the temporary, you will suffer that pain of destruction. Now you see why the yogis and yoga and the Vedic science talks about non-attachment so much. Non-attachment. Elah says Daniel in the lion's den, chapter 6 of the book of Daniel, tells of how the biblical Daniel is saved from lions by the God of Israel because I was found blameless before him. Right? Blameless before God. And that's the same thing that the Kemites were talking about, the Camites were talking about, weighing the heart against the feather. This is also what it's talking about, being free from sin, sinless, born again, saved. It's not about any action that you perform. What did we learn? What word did we learn a couple chapters ago? Antinomianism. It's not by works that you are saved, but by grace. Daniel was found blameless. Your heart is lighter than the feather, not because of anything you've done, but because you know that you are not matter. You are not the body. You're not the personality. You're not the ego. You're not the thoughts. You're not the memories. These things exist here, but that's not me. Those things will perish. I've accepted that. But what I am, it can't be perished by no lion, by no gun, by no disease. What I am cannot be perished by anything. I am eternal. You can take my body, you can take my memories, my thoughts, all that stuff. And you want to know what's crazy? People are like, oh, AI doesn't have a soul. But a deeper way to look at this thing is artificial intelligence can replicate your physical body. It can replicate your thought patterns. It can replicate your emotional patterns. You could be recreated by artificial intelligence. Absolutely. So if all that stuff can be recreated, that should be a great indicator that that's not you. What your personality is just a bunch of patterns. A bunch of patterns that can be changed. But let's get back to it now. Come on. 26. Geburah is the best friend we can have if we are honest. Sincerity has no need to fear his activities. Indeed, it is the greatest protection we can have against the insincerity of others. For there's nothing to equal the Geburah influence for debunking both persons and viewpoints. As long as you live an honest life, as long as you have an honest mind, I'm talking about honest with yourself. You got to be honest with yourself before you can be honest with others. Because if you get in the habit of lying to yourself, it's nothing to lie to somebody else. Honesty is your best friend here because it's a pain in the ass to keep up with a bunch of lies, isn't it? When you create this web of lies and you got to keep track of what you're saying to this person, that's exhausting. Fuck it, man. Just tell the truth. Just be what you are, who you are. and own it. Tell the truth. And if when you do that, Geburah becomes your best friend. You don't have anything on you that needs to be sliced away. You get what I'm saying? 27. Geburah and Gijula must work together, never the one without the other. We must adore the God of battles as well as the God of love in order that the combative element in the universe, may not break from its allegiance to the one God, I am that I am. The sword must not be cursed as an instrument of the devil, but blessed and dedicated in order that it may never be unsheathed in an unrighteous cause. Don't pull that thing out if you don't intend to bang. The sword must not be cursed as an instrument of the devil, but blessed and dedicated in order that it may never be unsheathed in an unrighteous cause. It must not be cast aside in an impracticable pacifism, but placed at God's service, so that when the command goes forth that the evil thing shall not be suffered any longer, the mighty Camael, archangel of Geburah, may lead the seraphim into battle, not in destructive rage, but temperately and impersonally in God's service, in order that evil may be cleared up and good prevail. 28. So much has already been said concerning the nature of Geburah that a great deal does not remain to say in the analysis of the attribution. Is to blow, not to show. I ain't heard that one before. Geburah is to blow, not to show. This is knowledge you can't get in college. Shout out to Fat Tony. Rosa Flame says she really knows how to say a few things at once, right? Let's talk about the Yetziratic text. 29. The Yetziratic text tells us that the fifth path is called the radical intelligence because it resembles unity. Now, unity is one of the titles applied to Kether. Therefore, we may say that Geburah is akin to Kether on a lower arc. There are several Sephirah, which are thus referred to in the Sefer Yetzirah, and these references are very important when arriving at an understanding of their nature. Chokmah is spoken of as the splendor of unity, equaling it. Of Bina, it is said that its roots are in Amen, which is also a title of Kether. 30. Geburah is a highly dynamic Sephirah, and its energy overflowing into the world of form and energizing it bears a close analogy to the overflowing force of Kether, which is the basis of all manifestation. It is also said of Geburah in the Yetziratic text that it unites itself to Bina, understanding. When we recall that in astrology, Saturn, the mundane chakra of Bina, and Mars, the mundane chakra of Geburah, are called the greater and lesser in fortunes, or today we call them the malefics, we see that there must be more than a superficial connection between the two. 32. 3 plus 2 is 5, isn't it? Which one? 32. Bina is called the bringer in of death because it is the giver of form to primordial force, thus rendering it static. Geburah is called the destroyer because the fiery Mars force breaks down forms and destroys them. Thus, we see that Bina is perpetually binding force into form, and Geburah is perpetually breaking up and destroying all forms with its disruptive energy. So now you see the duo, the pair at work. Bina is what binds force into form, but the one that actually does the work of destroying is Geburah. Geburah is actually the breaker, the burner. So Bina doesn't do the dirty work. I mean, Bina does the work of encapsulating the soul into a form, but in doing so condemns that force, condemns the form to death. It's actually Geburah that shatters that form. Hmm. Definitely a verse to meditate on. And keep in mind, we're talking about the energy of the number five, as we will get to with the tarot. But this is the energy of the number five. So if you're into numerology, if you want to meditate on numbers, five is that dynamic force. And when we talk about dynamic force, something is going to break. A rhino in a china shop, or a bull in a china shop. All that dynamic force, something is going to break. Or if you have a house full of crystals and stuff, if you have a little kid, there's a high chance that something's going to break. That is Geburah at work. The dynamic force in the place of static form. Curve says, who's actually the Grim Reaper then? Okay, that's cool, because check this out. Check this out. Before you meet the Grim Reaper, you gotta die first, don't you? You got to die first before you meet the Grim Reaper. We said that the death is actually Geburah, but that Grim Reaper experience, hey, it's time to cross over and be reaped from the body, that's happening with the Bina aspect. Something has to break the form. I want to place a bet. I think that a giant slayer is a bot. 33. But equally, we must see that it is only when the protecting, preserving, excuse me, but equally, we must see that it is only when the protecting, preserving influence of Chesed is in abeyance that the destructive influences of Geburah are able to work upon the forms built up by Bina. But equally, we must see that it is only when the protecting, preserving influence of Chesed is in abeyance that the destructive influences of Geburah are able to work upon the forms built up by Bina. For the path of the emanations between Bina and Geburah is via Chesed, right? It's through Chesed. Geburah is the essential corrective of Bina, without which Bina would bind all creation into rigidity. Geburah is the essential corrective of Bina, without which Bina would bind all creation into rigidity. Bina, in its turn, as is pointed out in the Yetziratic text, emanates from the primordial depths of Chokmah, wisdom. Thus, we see that there is a dynamic aspect even to Bina. No Sephirah is wholly of one kind of force, for each emanates from a Sephirah of the opposite type of polarity to itself, and in its turn emanates a Sephirah of opposite polarity. What we really have in the lightning flash is successive phases of development of a single force. And because these emanate but do not supersede each other, they remain as planes of manifestation and types of organization. So, what is she saying here? What does she say with that verse? She's saying that you can't see one Sephirah as either or, right? This also goes back to the whole masculine and feminine dynamic that she talked about What we're seeing here are not 10 different Sephirah, but the unfoldment of one. Specifically, what she just said was the first emanation is force, static. Excuse me, force, dynamic. From the dynamic emanates the static, right? So active, out of the active comes the passive. Now, guess what? Out of the passive comes the active. Out of the active comes the passive. And it continues like that. But what she's saying is within the active is the passive. That's why it can come out. Within the passive is the active. That's why it can come out. So what she's saying is don't look at Bina as a passive state entirely. It contains the seed of activity. It contains the seed of activity, which is why we can say that Geburah can be seen as the active aspect of Bina. That's why it's connected in this way. So there's a connection diagonal and a connection horizontal. Excuse me. Yeah, diagonal and vertical. But long story short, overall in that verse, what she's saying is don't look at either of these Sephirah as only having one quality. It contains both qualities. It's both masculine and feminine. It's both passive and active. How can this one be masculine and feminine? It's masculine to Tifereth, but it's feminine to Chesed. So if something comes out of it, it is feminine to it. And it's masculine to what it has projected. Good to know, but it becomes practical once you're doing meditation on the Sephirah. This is all like fundamental stuff to know, but it reveals itself as to why this is important when you're doing the practical work on the tree. So I want to read the highlighted part once more. No Sephirah is wholly of one kind of force, for each emanates from a Sephirah of the opposite type of polarity to itself, right? The masculine has to come out of the feminine. The passive has to come out of the active. And in its turn, emanates a Sephirah of opposite polarity. What we really have in the lightning flash is successive phases in the development of a single force. So again, and this is why I'm saying all this. You don't have 10 Sephirah. What you have here is one force, one consciousness that is descending the planes. And this is what's happening at each stage of the descent, the fall from heaven. It's hitting different way stations, waypoints as it falls. It's not 10 different spots out there in space. This is all one thing on different levels through time and through space. It's almost like chapters in a book, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. Kind of like how the book is written. You're looking at the development and the evolution of a specific force. And now, with that being said, why did she start at Kether and work her way down? Why didn't she start at Malkuth and work her way up? Because that's your work. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to find yourself and work your way back up. She said lightning flash. That's why I turned to the cover. See the white line? 7, 7, 7. That's what that white line is. The lightning flash coming down. The flaming sword that the angels wield, preventing Adam and Eve from coming back into heaven. Now, the opposite path up is called the serpent path. We'll get into that another day. Y'all all right? Y'all all right? I believe we are almost done. Yeah, we're almost done. Mm. A giant slayer, who is not a bot, asks, how does astral projection fit into Qabalah? Good question. So astral projection fits into Qabalah as a tool, right? Um, Kabbalah is understanding the layout, the structure, the framework of consciousness as we can understand it. Understanding the map of consciousness as we can understand it. Now, each layer of consciousness requires its own type of vehicle to navigate. So, just like if you were to go into the water, you need a vehicle to navigate that water. If you were to fly through the air, you need a vehicle to do so. So, to explore the astral territory, you need a vehicle to do so, and that's the astral body, and that's where astral projection comes into play. You got the physical vehicle for consciousness to explore the physical plane, the world of Asaya, and there are three other worlds, right? One of them is the astral world. It's called Yetzirah. You need the vehicle of the astral body to travel that astral world, and what that's all about is exploring the forces behind the forms of the physical plane. So, with your vehicle of the physical plane, you're exploring the physical world, you're only seeing the forms. But if you want to get a clear perspective of the forces behind the forms, you got to go to the astral plane and explore that. Then, of course, there's the mental plane, which requires its own vehicle, and the spiritual plane, which requires its own vehicle. 0 says, sorry for this question, Trav. Serpent path is related to the Kundalini energy. Um, it can be, right? When in Kabbalah, when they talk about the serpent path, that's the picture that I was gonna show, but I didn't show. The lightning flash is the way down. The serpent path is the way back up. Kundalini is, it can be considered, you could even say it's the result of Bina capturing Hakma. The result of Bina capturing Hakma, that is the fiery soul now in a form, contained in a form. That's the Kundalini. And as it travels down the tree, it becomes more and more concealed, and when it finally hits Malkuth, it's totally concealed. So you could say that the path of rising back up the tree is the path of uncovering that soul that's buried within form. So yes, you could say that it is related. You can't travel back up the tree without awakening the Kundalini energy. Nice, nice. Jai Paul says, we hear you trucking in South Dakota, then God's grace home to Toronto, Canada before New Year's on them roads. Hell yeah, man. Know you're having a lot to contemplate on those safe travels. Okay. 34. The successive phases and planes of manifestation might be likened to the successive reaches of a river. It starts as a mountain stream, and the next reach is a series of rapids and waterfalls. Then come water meadows and placidity, and finally the great waterway between docks bearing shipping. The different reaches of the river remain constant. The type of water in each is constant, clear and sparkling in the upper reaches, loaded with alluvia among the water meadows, and fouled with grime below the docks. But at the same time, the water itself is not constant, for it does not stagnate on any reach, for they are all in unbroken communication, the one with the other. They emanate each other, to use the language of the Qabalah. But the water changes its nature as it progresses because something is added to it by the experiences it undergoes at each reach. Alluvial soil from the water meadows, city grime from the docks. Nice. 35. So the primordial emanation of Kether becomes modified in each Sephirotic reach of the cosmic river. The reaches or Sephirotic spheres remain constant. The emanations flow on, undergoing modification in each sphere. The titles assigned to Geburah of strength, justice, severity, and fear speak for themselves and indicate the dual aspects of this Sephiroth. Now that we are coming down the tree into the planes of form, we see more and more clearly that every Sephiroth is two-sided, and that its overplus tends to unbalance force. AZW, peace, peace. Mm. 36. The titles assigned to Geburah of strength, justice, severity, and fear speak for themselves and indicate the dual aspects of the Sephiroth. Now that we are coming down the tree into the planes of form, we see more and more clearly that every Sephiroth is two-sided, and that its overplus tends to unbalanced force. 37. The magical image of a mighty warrior in his chariot, crowned and armed, indicates the dynamic nature of the Geburah force. The mundane chakra of the fiery Mars expresses even more fully the same idea. 38. The spiritual experience that is conveyed by initiation into the sphere of Geburah is the vision of power. It is only when a man has received this that he becomes an adeptus major. The right handling of power is one of the greatest tests that can be imposed on any human being. The greatest test. Up to this point in his progress up the grades, an initiate learns the lessons of discipline, control, and stability. He acquires, in fact, what Nietzsche calls slave morality, a very necessary discipline for unregenerate human nature, so proud in its own conceit. With the grade of Adeptus Major, however, he must acquire the virtues of the Superman, and learn to wield power instead of submit to it. Superman actually comes from Nietzsche. He coined this concept of the Ubermensch. So that's probably why she used that word here. And learn to wield power instead of to submit to it. But even so, he is not a law unto himself, for he is the servant of the power he wields and must carry out its purposes, not serve his own. Though no longer responsible to his fellow men, he is still responsible to the creator of heaven and earth and will be required to give an account of his stewardship. So, to answer your question, a giant slayer, the key with meditation, like, first of all, you got to have an intention. Like, why are you meditating? So, if your questions are about the astral body and astral projection, um, before that can be done intentionally, there has to be a certain inner knowledge and inner awareness that consciousness can be and is separate from the physical body. And I don't mean you just know that because you agree with it. I mean, you have to have an experience with that. And the primary way to have an experience with that, a conscious, intentional out of body experience, is through meditation. So, meditation requires stilling the body and withdrawing the awareness from the five senses. You gradually withdraw your awareness from your vision, your hearing, smelling, tasting, feeling of the body. You withdraw those five senses into your center. And probably the most pure way to describe it is you sit there. You sit there and you observe. Now, what's actually happening is as you're withdrawing, you're passing through layers of memory, layers of stored up emotion, layers of repetitive thoughts, layers of elemental forces, so on and so forth. And as you pass through these layers, they're going to respond to your consciousness as visions of any type. Now the thing is, you're withdrawing from all stimulation, which means no matter what you see, you still pass through it. You don't fight it, you don't reject it, you damn sure don't cling on to it and hold on to it. You let it pass. This is one of the skills that you learn. Second, a passive skill, right? You ever play a game where you got like a primary skill and also your character has a passive skill, like they might heal automatically as you don't take damage. Well, the passive skill of meditation is that you learn intuitively that all sensation passes away if left to its own device, right? So that means that if a vision appears to you, if you literally just don't react to it, it's going to dissolve because all these forces are fueled by your attention, by your awareness. And if you give it fuel, it's going to persist and continue. So literally, no matter what pops up, if you just observe it without reacting to it, and I know that's easier said than done, but the key is to not react to it, which means don't fight it, don't run from it, don't engage it. Just let it be what it is. It will dissolve. It will dissolve. Like there's no, that's not a maybe. That's not like a guess. That is an absolute fact. Now, once you overcome that, you continue to go within and withdraw your consciousness to the center of yourself. This, you could say, is practice for astral projection. Because what you're doing now is you're maintaining consciousness apart from the body. Now, this is all structured out. Typically, the only time that typically when you are apart from your body, you have a tendency to fall asleep and become unconscious because we do that every night. So when you're meditating, the first obstacle you're going to have to cross is what's called the barrier of Laya, Laya. So if you're meditating, you're going to get sleepy. You're going to have a tendency to fall asleep. So you're going to have to master staying awake while you are separate from the body. Once you train and practice doing that, now we can start talking about astral projection. Because again, you've trained yourself to fall asleep when you're separate from your body. But if you use meditation as a way to practice remaining awareness while separate from the body, it becomes easier while you sleep. Jai Jagopal says the animal instincts, overthinking, etc. How do we avoid that? Is there a trick you have? Well, that's what I'm saying. There's no avoid. There's no reaction to it. Don't avoid it. Don't engage it. Don't fight it. Let it be. Your animal body is just that. It is an animal with its own animal mind. Let it exist. It's not your responsibility. Well, it is your responsibility on how you behave in the world, but you don't change it by force. How do you? Let me ask you this, Jai Jagopal. You asked me, is there a trick that you have? How do you train a dog? How do you train an animal? How do you train an animal to stop behaving in a certain way to behave in a different way? You tell me that. Somebody said beat it. No, beat it. I mean, well, if it works, right? But that's not what I was thinking. Jai Jagopal says command. Have you ever commanded an animal and what happened? I command my cats all the time. They look at me like I'm crazy. I'm about to send them to a darn shelter or something. Jai Jagopal says repetition. That's more of the realm that I was talking about. Repetition, right? See, the animal learns through repetition. That's how animals got their instincts in the first place. Repetition that has penetrated deep into the DNA. That's why animals just know what to do through repetition. So, this animal body of yours, you've trained it to be the way that it is now. Now train it to be something else. Before your dog can respond to your commands, you have to repetitively teach it to do that. Same thing with your animal self. Same exact thing with your animal self. Whatever you've trained your monkey mind to do is what your monkey mind is going to do. If you trained him to salivate at the sight of them glazed honey buns and them dark skinned Swiss chocolate rolls, I meant to say dark chocolate, not dark skin. My bad. My bad. Yala says, first thing you need to train a dog is the dog's attention. Right. There's no rush, man. There's no rush. You got the rest of your life to be the best you possible. Start today, right? New Year's resolution isn't just about snapping your fingers and saying, all right, I'm going to lose weight. Like, no, gradually train this animal body. Hey, we doing this now. We doing this now. See them zebra cake rolls, them zebra cakes, them white chocolate zebra cakes, right? If you trained your mind to lose all common sense and just pick the box up and take it home and eat all of them at once, if that's what you trained your animal mind to do, that's what you're going to do. But if you train yourself in restraint, if you train yourself in, what did Dion Fortune call it? Sublimation, right? Taking that hunger, that desire, and sublimating it, you know, it's possible. All right, let's get back to this Geburah now. Y'all done made me mess my metaphor up. Y'all done made me use language I heard. I swear I heard my neighbor use. Them light skinned honey buns. Enough, Travis. Little Debbie cakes. Okay, all right, come on. So, 39. Great freedom is his, but also great strain. We're talking about the stewardship of power, right? The stewardship of power. She was talking about the Superman. She's talking about the experience of the vision of power, right? Verse number 38, the vision of power, connecting with that Geburah force. Because you before, and that's good that we brought this up, before you even get to the vision of power and the initiation of Geburah, you've got to start learning discipline, control, and stability, right? That's what you have to start learning for this to be able to qualify to earn this power. Because at this level, he talks about you acquire the virtues of the Superman and learn to wield power instead of submit to it. You learn to wield power instead of submit to it. But even so, he's not a law unto himself. Just because you have access to this power, that doesn't make you the new sheriff in town. Why? For he is the servant of the power he wields and must carry out its purposes, not serve his own. So, though he is no longer responsible to his fellow men, you're still responsible to the creator of heaven and earth and will be required to give an account of his stewardship. 39. One way we can think about this, like, this isn't the best example, but you can think about Spawn, right? If you know about the comic book Spawn, the power that he's wielding, like, it's not exactly his, doesn't belong to him, but it's given to him with a purpose. Or we could even say perhaps the Green Lantern Corps. We could say Doctor Strange. We could say, I don't know, the U.S. military, for crying out loud. The power is what they're wielding, a power that's on the behalf of another agency. So you really could say Geburah would be the energy of the hired, what do you call it? The hired gun, mercenary, hitman, special forces, special ops. Excuse me, light skinned honey bun. Queen, the energy I feel from you is sweet diabetic. Almost, I need that. Like, I don't need any extra ideas now. Honey buns, Swiss cake rolls, zebra cakes, all flavors, all flavors. Great power comes great responsibility. Son of Sam says Black Adam. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. And Shazam, Cosmic Brownie. How could I miss? How could I miss? Even Cosmic Brownies are welcome. All right, let's go. Great freedom is his, but also great strain. He can speak the world of power that unlooses the wind, but he must be prepared to ride the ensuing whirlwind. This is the thing that the amateur magician does not always realize. So a lot of people ask, "Oh, if magic is real, how come I don't see people flying and manifesting and doing this, that, and the third?" Well, first of all, simple. mind that requires entertainment. It's not this type of power, and nowhere in this chapter does she describe about how it's for the entertainment of the masses, right? Second of all, whatever is invoked, right? Whatever, however you set your table and cook for dinner, you're the one that has to eat it. So, I mean, if you're out here invoking stuff to amuse and to prove, right? Because there's another thing, another stage we have to cross. Well, I believe in spirituality and magic, but my friends don't. My family doesn't. So, what can I do to prove them? What can I invoke to prove to my best friend that this is real? I mean, if that is enough to cause you to stir up some energy, and you're willing to do that and pay for it, perhaps you didn't really qualify to use this type of information. He can speak the word of power that unlooses the wind, but he must be prepared to ride that ensuing whirlwind. This is a thing that the amateur magician does not always realize. This is one of the lessons I learned firsthand, which is why I don't really work with the Goetia anymore, honestly. You might summon up something to do something on your behalf, towards or against somebody else. You better believe you're the one that has to deal with it ultimately. They don't stop once you get what you want. Energy that is set in motion tends to stay in motion. Honestly, being a magus, being an occultist is more about balancing the forces that exist, not about stirring up and introducing new stuff. At least that's my experience. This is the thing that the amateur magician does not always realize. 40. The energy and courage, which are the virtues of Mars, and the cruelty and destruction, which are his vices, when these qualities run to excess, call for no comment, for they are self explanatory. The symbols assigned to Mars Geburah need some elucidation. However, as their significance is not in all cases apparent at first sight. So thank you all for being here for this book read. A lot of y'all are night owls like myself, but the nighttime is the right time to study the occult. Thank you so much for being here. We got just a few more verses to go, and then we're going to wrap this thing up. Matter of fact, we got two more pages, and we are almost done. So I do want to express my gratitude for you being here. A lot of y'all have been here since the beginning, and I really, really appreciate that. So wonderful to have real students of the occult who are very much interested in growth, expansion. So thank you for being here. And we're almost done. Don't want to hold you for too long because some of y'all got cakes to get to. The night time is the right time. All right, so let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. 42. Figures with a varying number of sides are assigned to the different planets, and in ceremonial or talismanic magic, are used as the outline of any form associated with a planetary force. To Saturn, the oldest planet, the first to develop in evolutionary time, is assigned the simple two-dimensional figure, the triangle. The balanced stability of Chesed gets the four-sided figure, the square. And to the third planetary Sephiroth, Mars, is assigned the five-sided figure. And five is looked upon in the Kabbalistic system as the number of Mars. Consequently, the pentagon, the five-sided figure, is the symbol of Mars, and any altar to Mars should be pentagonal or five-sided. Likewise, any talisman. The five-petaled Tudor rose, which is another symbol of Mars, requires more explanation. But when we remember the intimate association between Mars and Venus in mythology, and that the rose is the flower of Venus, we get a clue to the significance of the symbolism. The lines of force crossing over on the tree from Geburah Mars to Netzach Venus through Tifereth, the place of the Redeemer, the center of equilibrium, in the same way that Chesed Hod connect up, as is clearly indicated in the Yetziratic text, which says of Hod that it has its root in the hidden places of Gijulah, the fourth Sephirah. Alkalinity light, peace, peace. Thank you, Zero. Thank you for all your support. High masterpiece. I get it. I get it. I win. Peace, peace. Thank you, Etheric. Now, let's wrap it up. Last page and a half. 43. Realizing then the intimate relationship between the diagonal pairs that form the four corners of the central square of the tree, we understand the linked relationship indicated by the form of the rose with its five petals. The sword, the spear, the scourge, and the chain are all such characteristic weapons of Mars that no comment is called for. All right, you know, when she gets to the tarot cards, we have reached the end of the chapter. So let's see what she has to say. Let's see what she has to say. So, 45. Here's the Five of Wands. So let's check it out. The four fives of the tarot pack are all evil cards, each according to its type. In fact, the whole suit of swords, which is under the presidency of Mars, represents contentiousness, for its best aspects are rest from strife, which we already came across, and success after struggle. And where a sword card is associated with a Sephiroth whose mundane chakra is one of the astrological infortunes, the result is disastrous. In other words, a sword that comes into contact with Mars or Saturn is particularly bad. In other case, the Three of Swords, which we see in the heart pierced, and the Five of Swords, which we see as some guy who very well might be a douchebag, has committed some sort of action here. So let's see what she has to say. And we find the Lords of Defeat and Ruin on this suit. Oh no, she doesn't go in like I thought she would. Our ability to take the Geburah initiation depends upon our ability to handle the Martian forces. And this is determined by the degree of self discipline and stability we have attained in our own natures. Well, damn. She didn't even go into any kind of description of the cards. Excuse me. 47. Geburah is the most dynamic and forceful of all the Sephiroth, but it is also the most highly disciplined. Indeed, the military discipline presided over by the god of war is a synonym for the sternest kind of control that can be imposed upon human beings. The discipline of Geburah must exactly equate with its energy. In other words, the brakes of a car must bear a relationship to its horsepower if it is to be safe on the road. Now that's powerful. That's powerful right there. Highlight that line if you got this book. It is this tremendous Geburah discipline which is of the test, one of the testing points of the mysteries. We speak of an iron discipline, and iron is the metal of Mars. Let me tell you why that's powerful, right? Let me read that again. I'm not just saying this. This is extreme. She said the discipline of Geburah must exactly equate with its energy. In other words, the brakes of a car must bear a relationship to its horsepower if it is to be safe on the road. So check this out. If the brakes are going to work, they have to equal the amount of force that the top speed of the car is going to be going at. So whether the car is going 20 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour, the brakes have to be able to withstand the highest amount of force. Otherwise, they're useless. What's the point of having the brakes? Has anyone ever, let me see if in the chat, has anybody ever driven on black ice? Has anybody slid left and right trying to hit the brakes on an icy road? See, I did that shit on a mountain. I bought my first car, well, not my first car, but like my first new car, Volkswagen Passat, blue, glittery blue. I loved that car. One night, I had no business in West Virginia, never been to no mountains in my whole life, and I'm driving on a road that's on the edge of a mountain. Now, see, if I would have went left, we would have went off the mountain and definitely died an ice cold death. But instead, we went right, and I hit those brakes, and the car didn't stop. Now, see, the brakes stopped the tires, but the force and the speed of the car, the slippery road, the friction, it just kept going. And I remember speeding towards this mountain, and I had time to pray, please, Lord, don't let me die today. I remember I had time to pray, and I'm watching the mountain get closer and closer and closer, and I heard the crash. The metal crumpled up. All the little bracelets I had on my hand shattered. Right, the people in the back seat didn't have seat belts. They were in the front seat with me now. The whole car crumpled up. Mind you, I didn't know about no black ice. I didn't know that was gonna happen. I thought if you just smashed the brakes, the car would stop. No, I couldn't swerve. I couldn't do nothing but pray. And then it was pitch black outside in the middle of nowhere. We could have been up there for God knows how long. But, that's a whole nother story. We ended up getting kidnapped by some hillbillies. Literally. They tried to drug us up. But, anyways, obviously I didn't die. I'm still here. But think about this quote now. The brakes have to be strong enough to stop the force of that car hurtling forward. In other words, if you're asking for power, if you're asking for responsibility, if you're asking for force to command and control your life, if you're asking for that, you need to also ask yourself, do I have the brakes to handle that kind of power? Do I have the kind of brakes that if I mashed down, the car would stop? Do you have the discipline? That's what she's saying here. That's why I say this is important. Does your discipline equal the type of responsibility and power that you're invoking? So before you say that, oh, magic doesn't work and this ain't real, you need to look at yourself and ask, do I have the discipline to equal the power that I'm asking for? And if not, maybe instead of trying to figure out what tip and trick, what candle to burn, what demon to summon, maybe you need to work on building the amount of discipline that you wish to have so that you can wield the equal amount of power. You see what I'm saying? I've been black on ice. No, that does not count. Well, I guess maybe. If you're not from the north. Oh, snap. Etheric says I have the same car, same color. I love that car. Thank you, Benjamin 37. What an experience, man. What an experience. But ask yourself, do you have the brakes to handle that amount of force? Do you have the discipline required for the power that you're asking? That's a serious question, right? So instead of looking around, like I said, for a spell or for a magic trick, identify if you've got the vessel capable of holding what you're asking for. Miles Burns is asking because I'm pulled over on the side of the road and some hillbillies just invited me up the hill. Yeah, man. If I could go back to that experience, I probably would have waited for somebody else to pick me up. 'Cause I tell you what, them folks wanted something that night. Curve says, with much power comes much responsibility. Facts. All right. Meditate on that, if nothing else. Right. Of all the stuff that you learned about Geburah tonight, ask yourself if you got the brakes for the type of speed you're asking to go at. Zero says, if you want to be super, you need a good suit. That too, right? In the Flash movie, didn't they have to like design a specific kind of suit to resist the friction of the speed that he was going at? So we don't think about these kind of things. Iron discipline. 48. The initiate of Geburah is a very dynamic and forceful person, but he is also a very controlled person. His characteristic virtues are an even temper and patience under provocation. It is well known on the sports field, which is the play aspect of the god of war. That's cool, right? The play aspect of the god of war is the sports field. That a loss of temper gives the game away. Every boxer knows that if he gets angry and starts fighting instead of boxing, the odds are against him. The initiate of Mars is essentially a happy warrior, the initiate who has passed through the grade of Tifereth and gained equilibrium. On some Goku stuff. 49. He fights without malice. He spares the weak and wounded. He does not set out to destroy the law, but to see to it that it is properly fulfilled. He is the corrector of the balance. That is what Geburah is, the corrector of the balance. And as such is always the defender of the weak and oppressed. He is never a god that is found on the side of the large armies, although he says, with the froward I will show myself froward. He takes that two-headed giant of the clip-off, Te Omiel, the dual contending forces, knocks his heads together and says, a plague on both your houses. Keep God's peace, or it will be the worse for you. For those of you who know the clip-off, you know what she's talking about right there. And 50. 5 plus 0 is 5. The number 5. Geburah. When a soul is at that stage of development, when the only way it can learn is by experience, Geburah sees that it shall not be disappointed when it goes about looking for trouble. Geburah is the great initiator of the swollen headed. Damn, she left it off with a line. Geburah is the great initiator of the swollen headed. And it's just like that. A hard headed youngin'. And that's a fact, Jack. That's how we gonna leave off chapter 5. Hey, listen, I don't know what you thought, but Geburah is the great initiator of the swollen headed. Get lumped up. Get lumped up. All right. So there we have it. 5. Geburah. 5. That was fantastic. But as I had mentioned, we are going to finish off the year with Tifereth. So we'll be back here tomorrow night. Like I said, I might go a little bit early. Might go a little bit earlier, maybe around 6 or 7 instead of 8:39. And we're gonna go through chapter 20 of Tifereth. Why? So we can finish off the year, completing both the supernal triad and the astral triangle. Right? You see that? So we went through Kether, did Hakma and Bina. We figured out the connection between the divine masculine, divine feminine, and the unity. We just went through the King of Peacetime and the Crowned and Conquering King. Now we're going to get to Tifereth, which we all love to see. And that will be the completion of these first 2 triangles. And just looking at the symbols and what they speak to us subconsciously, just look, right? Just look at that. Look at how the upper triangle of Kether, Hakma, and Bina pointing upward, and how you've got Doth right here. You got the abyss right here. Separation. And we had mentioned that the upper triangle is a completely different dimension. Automatically, it looks like a reflection, doesn't it? Looks like a reflection. And you can tell how Geburah can be seen as a reflection of Bina. Bina takes the soul and puts it in a form. It's Geburah that breaks that form. Hakma is the pure, explosive expression of life and consciousness. And it's Chesed that builds up, builds, and structures and organizes. Jai Jagopala says, is January 6th a special day? I mean, every day is a special day, right? Every day is a special day. If that's what you want, if you want it to be Christmas or New Year or whatever, do something. Do something for it. If you ask me personally, I try my best to not celebrate holidays, right? I try to treat every day as, well, I like to identify the fact that time is a loop, a cyclical loop. But I mean, if you want to do something special to empower yourself, to build yourself up, if you find it useful and appropriate, man, make it into something. Make it into something. Swollen headed. Enigmatic says, Happy Black Moon. Happy Black Moon indeed. So you know what that means, right? How about that? We are starting the new year on a new moon. You know that's a good sign. It's time to plant. It's time to plant. Take the tea off. It's time to plan. I know we probably talk shit about people starting New Year's resolutions, but listen, if you feel that a change is needed in your life right now for the better, well, listen to what was said in this chapter right here. Take away the things that you've decided to stop doing and repurpose that energy. Think about the elemental forces. If you've developed habits, if you've developed patterns in your life that are detrimental, understand that That is force. That's life force that you've trained to serve you in that way. You've trained those elementals to behave in that way for you. And if you want something new and something different, shatter the forms and take that same energy and put them in a new form. Start new habits. It'll take a while to discipline them. Remember what we said earlier, it takes repetition. It's not going to happen in a month or two, but you will start to see results if you keep consistent, right? Framestar Films, peace and greetings. Good to see you. Elah says new moon is connected to ancestors. Pray for your loved ones. Good time for telling them thank you. Absolutely. Right? And honestly, anytime it comes to mind is a good time. Your loved ones should be annoyed with the fact that you keep telling them how much you love them and appreciate them. They should be annoyed because you keep showering them with gratitude. Think about that. What's the worst that can come out of you being grateful all the time? I can think about the worst that can happen from being ungrateful. I'm not scared to tell somebody I appreciate them. You shouldn't be either. Okie doke. So this is not an end of the year speech. You're gonna see me tomorrow night. We're gonna talk about Tifereth. Hopefully we get some Christian trolls that pop in and say this is the devil. Curve says, imagine showing so much grace, the spirit blocks you. That's funny. Framestar says, got the message. Just got back from UK, so I'll be in touch, bro. Awesome, awesome. All right, y'all. So I guess this is. Although we've come to the end of the road, still I can't let go. It's unnatural. Boys to men. I used to listen to a lot of Boys to Men. When I was little, my mom had the cassette tape, and I used to take her keys and go into the minivan and turn it on and put the cassette tape in. I had a lot of sad feelings back then, so I used to play It's So Hard to Say Goodbye to Yesterday. I wore that tape out for real. I played it so much that it started going really slow. And that's when I discovered Chopped and Screwed by accident. Because the tape was all warped, you know? We belong together. Curve says, Trav, what song goes, ooh, say what, say what, say what? Hmm. Na-na-na. Girl, you know what's up. Somebody knows the name of that song. Somebody let them know the name of that song. Say what, say what, say what? Although we've come to the end of the road, still I can't let go. It's unnatural. I belong to you. Stretching them thongs. Listen, we are talking about Debbie cakes, Swiss cake rolls, cosmic crispies. Let Victoria have her secrets. IDKDKDF, peace, says LMFAO. I used to love singing. It's so hard to say goodbye. Yeah, me too. I was so young, I ain't know any dead people yet. Yeah, man. I learned of that song with my first ever loss. I was just thinking about that last night. My first ever loss. Because, like when you're a kid, you think that things are going to last forever. And we talked about these initiations in the book, right? I was just thinking last night about how you ever have the experience where it's like the summertime and in the neighborhood there's like these new kids that have showed up because they came for the summer to live with their grandma or whatever, and they're having the most wonderful time swinging from trees and playing with your new toys and everything. And then one day the summer's over and you go to knock on the door to play with your friend and they've gone back across the country because school starts and you'll never see them ever again. I remember I felt that pain for the first time. It hurt a lot. Ah, Donnell Jones. Got it, got it. Got it, got it. Hmm. I don't think I know that one. Framestar says one summer felt like a lifetime back then. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. That all came up because have you ever heard of a story called A Wrinkle in Time? A Wrinkle in Time by Madeleine L'Engle. That was my probably like the first book I ever like read from beginning to end, and I'm glad I did because it was a mind opener. Anyways, I was asking my son if he wanted to watch the live action movie. I think he was a bit sleepy, but we're gonna watch it now. Gosh, I love that book so much. All right, so the music is over with. That's my cue. Time to go. Lenny Williams, because I loved you. All right, time to go. So, thanks for being here. We're gonna do Tifreth tomorrow. See you then. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you all. Peace. Although we've gone to the end of the road. It's over, Johnny. Hmm? Now it is. He wanted to show the cats. Show the cats. You happy now? I don't think they are.